we are 2 minutes early. I think we can save that time. The minister can go back to the cabinet and, and do a lot with that. I have learned that in politics, 2 minutes is a long time. But before we start in earnest, I would like us to please observe just one moment for silent prayer or meditation, please. Thank you so much. I just think that we will start and ask that Lindiwe takes us through so that we have a clearer understanding why we are here this morning. I know that we have all received the communication that led to this meeting, but I think let us afford Lindiwe the opportunity to put it on record. Thanks, Lindiwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you, Chairperson, to the members of the committee, to the acting minister, the DG and officials from the department and any stakeholders in attendance, Chair. Today is the 3rd of June, 2026. I'll just take the committee through today's agenda. You've already welcomed, Chair, us, and then we will also go and introduce the members and officials. I think that members will introduce themselves after the overview from the minister. And then Chair will proceed from 9:37 to adopt the agenda and apologies. And then we'll also proceed to receive a briefing from DSD and Mketsu and Associates on the forensic investigation report into the employment contract of the former Department of Social Development, DG, which is Mr. Netshipale. And then from 10:30, Chair, to 12, the committee will proceed to deliberate and receive responses from the department. Chair will have internal business starting from 12 o'clock until 12:15. We will consider and adopt 2 sets of minutes, 29th of April and then 6th of May. And then from 12:15, Chair, you will have your closing remarks and meeting will adjourn. Chair, to also want to record that there are 2 apologies received. One is from Member Tafeni. She is unable to attend today's meeting due to a family commitment, as well as Chair, the Deputy Minister won't be with us as well. She's got prior commitments. So I only received those 2 apologies. Member Nhlong and Member Ramaila are on their way. They will join us at any time. Thank you very much, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Lindiwe. I also just want to recognize, I know that he will get the opportunity to introduce himself, but I want to recognize Mr. Mketsu, who has done the investigation for us. You are welcome, sir, in this committee. We are looking forward to hearing the presentation that you have for us. Honorable Minister, excuse me when I don't keep saying acting, because it's too long for me. Before I hand over to you, I just want the honorable members to please adopt this agenda, please. Makgato, Honorable Makgato. Thank you so much, Honorable Makgato. Honorable Sokanyile.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning to the honorable members, the minister, together with the officials of the department, as well as the portfolio committee, the visitors that are here coming to present. Chairperson, I'm seconding Mama Khato on the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile, for that. Without any further ado, I will hand over to the Honourable Acting Minister. Over to you, ma'am. We can hardly hear you, and I'm so close. Is there an issue? You see, mine is you. I think you need to press both things. Those things. I don't know what they are. No, it's not working. Can you swap sweets?
Honorable Chairperson, Ms. Bridget Masango, members of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, our ADG, DDGs, and senior members of the department, our support staff, as well as Mketsu attorneys. Thank you very much for the opportunity. As it has been said, my name is Sindisiwe Chikunga. I serve as Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And as of the 14th of May 2026, I also have the privilege of serving as Acting Minister of Social Development. It has been less than a month since assuming this responsibility. And from the outset, I wish to reiterate that I fully recognize the immense responsibility that comes with this role, a responsibility I pledge to carry with utmost diligence and integrity. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for their participation and firm contributions during the tabling of Budget Vote 19. I immediately asked my office to request a written version of the honorable members' remarks and speeches, and I'm pleased that some of the honorable members have already shared those with us. We appreciate the constructive nature of their respective contributions. As honorable members will recall, the Department of Social Development appeared before this committee a few weeks ago alongside the Public Service Commission in respect of the appointments in the Office of the Minister of Social Development. The department accepted the findings and directives of the PSC as binding. During that session, the department undertook to complete the presentation on appointments by returning to this committee with a forensic report into the appointment of the former Director General, a matter which was not dealt with by the PSC. To this end, the department engaged the services of Mketsu attorneys to conduct an independent forensic investigation into the appointment of the Director General. We have received the report. It is now a DSD report. At this moment, Chairperson, I will hand over to the Acting DG to present, as well as the attorney and attorneys to present to the Portfolio Committee. I must indicate, Chair, that the Cabinet meeting is on and one will wish to rejoin the meeting. But I hand over to the Acting DG. Thank you.
So we have DG Sharif today. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chair. Apologies, because I know the minister's leaving. I wanted to ask if it's possible, because it's our first real interaction with her, if we are able to just interact and ask her one or two questions, Chair. Thank you.
So I want to adjust quickly because I'm not used to order being changed. I would like the members, as Lindiwe said, to first introduce themselves so that as the minister interacts with you before she leaves, which means I sustain that request, to please, my apologies, honourable members, if you could just, if you can bring forward that introduction that you need to do, so that when the honourable members ask to interact, and in fact, I would like to find out how long were you going to give us? Oh, okay. So the minister is here. She's not going anywhere anytime soon. But in any case, let's go with the introduction of the members. My name is Bridget Masango. I have the utmost honor of chairing this this committee. So we will go that way. We'll start with the Honourable Bishop.
Sihlalo angibonge ngiyabingelela. Mina ngiwu-Princess Nokwethemba Zulu Mthweni, ngilungu lale komiti. Ngiyathokoza.
Sibingelele sihlalo, sibingelele uminister, sibingelele DG, ma-attorneys wonke, honorable members, lona uReverend Nhlanhla Cwabaza, ilungu lomkhonto wesizwe, aphinde abe yilungu lale portfolio committee yaka social development, ekuyi-portfolio kababa uNkulunkulu. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Honourable Minister. Good morning to the officials as well as the other Honourables. I'm MP Shaila Peters from the Patriotic Alliance.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister and staff. My name is Paulita Marie, and I'm from the Economic Freedom Fighters. It's nice meeting you. I just want to say one thing before I give over to the next person. We had a Minister Zulu that always ran on a Wednesday to a cabinet meeting. The one after was in all our meetings, so I hope we're going to have the same standard in this meeting as well. Thank you.
Order, member.
Good morning, Minister. My name is Nazli Sharif, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee representing Gauteng.
My name is Paulina Makhato from Limpopo, the member of the ANC. So I'm the member of this Social Development Committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. My name is Thokozile Sokanyile. I'm the member of the African National Congress. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, being a whip. Thank you.
Okay, are you going to introduce Mr. Mketsu, Honourable, Anil said the Honourable DG, but maybe I
Yes,
should.
morning, Chair, Chairperson Masango and honourable members. As Social Development Chair and members, we got an invite that we need to appear before this committee to present the forensic investigation on the employment contract of DG. I know that the Mketsu and Associates were commissioned to conduct the investigation, and the report was sent after we were coming from a portfolio committee, and we are going to request, because they are here and they were also invited, we are going to request Mketsu and Associates to take us through the investigation and the recommendations, and we've got a team.
If you can just go closer to the mic, member.
Okay.
We can hear you, but
Okay.
it sounds like you are
so
far.
I'm saying, Chair and members, we are going to request the Mketsu and Associates to take us through the reports in terms of their findings and the recommendations. We have a team from social development that consists of ODTG, corporate services. We've got Chief Director, Legal Services who's here, but we also have a CIO who's responsible for issues of information, issues of electronic signature and all that, yeah. So we are going to request them, Mketsu and Associates, they are going to introduce, the presenter is going to introduce himself, and then we'll participate, Chair, when the issues are raised. Over to colleague Mketsu and Associates. I say colleague because they're coming from the legal field, so we become colleagues in that manner. I thought, let me just clarify that part. Thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and good morning, Minister and DG. My name is Sidwell Mketsu. I'm the Director at Mketsu and Associates. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Chloe Masipa, next to over there. We will be making the presentation. Thank you.
That mic is a bit far from you, sir. I don't know if there's a way it can be moved closer, especially when you start presenting. You seem to be sitting awkwardly when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. The report is on the screen, and this is a brief presentation of how we did the investigation and the recommendations that we accept that the members have the report and have read it. So the brief summary of the report is that the core issue, the Cabinet expressly approved a strict one-year term for the appointment of Mr. Peter Fulumani Netshipale as Director General due to retirement age constraints. A five-year employment contract was nevertheless concluded on 14 April 2025, carrying an executive remuneration package of 2.2 million. The central findings, the report rejects the explanation that this was a clerical error, finding evidence of a deliberate administrative process that rationalized and processed the irregular appointment. The recommendations, the report finds a prima facie case of serious non-compliance, recommending that the formal disciplinary proceedings be instituted against Mr. Netshipale for misconduct and dishonesty. The background and timeline. On 26 March 2025, Cabinet formally approved a strict one-year term for the DG due to mandatory retirement constraints. Then on 15 April 2025, a letter of appointment dated 14 April 2025 arrives from DPSA, erroneously authorizing a 5-year term and defying executive authority. Minister Buthelezi later disavows his signature. Then on 15 April 2025, Devan Chinapan sent an email to Ms. Khoza at the PSA seeking confirmation of 5-year term, in his email explaining that because the DG was 64 at the time, so he was obviously left with 1 year to be in the system. There was no response to that email. Then the contract execution, the DG signs the 5-year contract despite having full prior knowledge of the 1-year cabinet limit. Relying on the pre-affixed signature stamp, the document is physically processed and deliberately backdated to 14 April 2025. And the explanation we got for that was that because the letter of appointment was dated 14, they had to backdate that the contract to the 14th as well, despite the fact that it was actually signed on the 15th. Then there was a parliamentary question, 1989, by Honorable Ms. Abrahams from the DA, asking about the duration of the contract. Then there was an inquiry, and Ms. Khoza's response to Mr. Chinapan regarding the 5-year term, she invokes Section 18.3 and 16.3 of the Public Service to justify the 5-year term. This is despite the fact that Cabinet had clearly made an appointment, an approval for appointment for 1 year. Misleading Parliament, response is prepared to Ms. Abrams' question 1989. A written reply is sent to the legislature confirming a valid 5-year term. The DG quality assured and cleared his own responses. Approval by the DG and Mr. Netshipale and Ms. Oliphant, who was at the time in the department. Then there was a follow-up parliamentary question where the Honorable Ms. Abrams further asked the basis for the 5-year approval when DG will reach retirement age in the midst of his contract. The same justification was provided, which emanated originally from Ms. Kosa from the DPSA, but now it was obviously put on the DST response using the section I've quoted already. On 2 October 2025, we were appointed to investigate the irregular contract. On the 3rd of October 2025, a day after our appointment, the then minister, brutally terminated the chief of staff, which made it impossible for us to interview her, as she played a key role as the person responsible for the minister's office. That prevented us from interviewing her. However, we were only able to rely for her version on the affidavit she had filed at the Labour Court challenging her dismissal. Then there was a clerical error defense. Minister Tolashe defended the 5-year term as a clerical error before the Portfolio Committee, that is on the 9th of October. Then we could not interview the minister, and we sent written questions for her at least to respond, to give her version of the events. Unfortunately, there was no response to those questions as well, so we could not get the then minister's version. We also sent a follow-up to that, and we still did not get any reaction thereto. So the challenges we put: non-cooperation, restricted reports, and witness removal as challenges that we experienced during our investigation. We obviously could not have access to cabinet memoranda because of the security, the processes. And obviously the fact that we could not interview the minister and also get at least a written reply was also a challenge for us. And then the fact that the key witnesses, which is the chief of staff in the minister's offices, you will see in the report, we make a finding. We interviewed Mr. Ngobeni, who indicated in his interview that he is the one who used the stamp to sign the contract on behalf of the minister on instruction from the then chief of staff. However, the chief of staff's version at the Labour Court, she disowns that. And our investigation findings was that deliberate administrative processing supported by documentary evidence investigation identified a structured administrative process supporting the 5-year appointment. This comes from the fact that the DPSA sent a letter of appointment with a 5-year term. And further, through Ms. Koza's explanation, when Mr. Chipanan inquired, that she explained and tried to justify that the DG was entitled to be appointed for a 5-year because he's on a separate regime. And HR and registry processing steps reflected active implementation rather than accidental error. Evidence indicated the contract was knowingly processed and backdated. As you can see on the chart there, the cabinet approves a 1-year term, 5-year term is generated, processed by registry, backdated, signature despite cabinet resolution. And Mr. Netshipale admitted awareness of the 1-year approval. Then subversion of parliamentary accountability. We already explained that there was the question from the Honorable Ms. Abrams, and then there was a response which insisted on the 5-year term. And DPSA minister allegedly disavowed the electronic signature appearing on the 14th, on the letter of the 14th April 2025. Contradictory evidence, official records confirm attendance at the 26 March 2025 cabinet meeting. Cabinet had approved only a strict 1-year term. Former Minister Tolashe allegedly disavowed authorizing the physical signature stamp appearing on the final employment contract. Contradictory evidence present at the 26th, she was present at the cabinet minister that approved the 1-year term. Publicly celebrated filling the vacancy, confirmed before the committee on 9 October 2025 that she had received the clerical error correspondence from Minister Buthelezi. The report finds that both political principals possess direct executive knowledge of the 1-year limitation approved by the cabinet. Our investigative role, we are appointed strictly as an independent forensic fact-finding entity, mandate limited to investigation, factual findings, and governance analysis, not appointed as operational legal counsel for the department. No administrative disciplinary findings against former Minister Tolashe. The investigation expressly distinguishes between administrative misconduct findings and political or constitutional accountability. Immediate accountability measures, that's our final recommendations: institute disciplinary proceedings against Mr. Netshipale, investigate ethics and professional conduct breaches, review all appointment-related administrative processes, institutional governance reforms, overhaul electronic signature logging systems, implement strict chain of custody controls for signature access, require mandatory political sign-off on parliamentary responses, strengthen HR and registry verification procedures, enhance executive oversight and approval safeguard. Demarcation of mandate and fund recognition. The Malta ultimately raises broader constitutional concerns regarding governance integrity, executive accountability, and the safeguarding of lawful administrative processes. That's the end. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chair, that's the report from the Mketsu and Associates. Maybe through Minister, maybe Minister want to say something before maybe we take it back to the chair members to raise some questions.
I think we can now hand over to you, Chairperson. Thank you. That is our presentation. I submit.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mketsu and Associates, for that work, which couldn't be clearer just from the reading of it. I just want to, because what has been happening, and the members will bear me out here, what has been happening is that I would hand over to the honourable members to ask questions, and I never ask my own questions. And I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Does anyone know that? Agree with me? Okay. Here are my questions, Mr. Mketsu, and even the department for that matter. Um, when we get to there was a slide that talked about there must be disciplinary processes that are invoked against Mr. Netshipale, the former DG. But how can that be if, does he employ himself? Does he appoint himself? Because this is about his appointment. Surely someone appoints him, but that's just a lay-term thinking of this. And there was a section that you referred to, sir, that you said it was raised by Ms. Ngobeni. I would like to know what that section actually says, if you have access to it. And so the affidavit was not written for you. You intercepted it in the labor court for a totally different reason. So it may not have answered all the questions that you had, but it contained some very key information that you needed for your own investigation, I suppose. That is my question. And then I just want to clarify, COSA is DPSA and Chipanan is DSD. And I would like to know who commissioned this investigation, who signed on the letter that asked you to do this and approved, rather, the letter that you received to say, please can you do, and gave you the terms of reference for the investigation. And the last slide, no, the slide before the last, it listed a whole lot of things. I just would like to know from the acting DG and even the minister and colleagues here, the DG for corporate services, when all those things that are listed, there's a slide that is very scary for me, that lists things that needs to happen. When you don't have those things, what do you have? Do you have a department? Thank you so much. I'll take the questions from members now. Those were my questions. Very interesting. Sokanyile, Honorable Sokanyile. I'm sorry. Honorable Mahato. And I want to recognize the Honorable Ramayila. Is the Honorable Tong also here? Oh, Honorable Sharif is the next one. Honorable Mare. I'll end up just saying all the honorables. Okay, Honorable Sokanyele, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let us thank the report that has been presented. I've got few questions. The Chairperson, looking at the report that were given and the presentation, the summarized version of it, there were limitations in Mr. Mketsu's investigation, if I can say so, that they encountered. Some, they talked to, I can say, the non-cooperation from the former minister. If he can say that they requested the former minister through questions written to answer, but 2 times they gave there were no responses. Then also, the issue that says now the chief of staff couldn't appear to them and gave the version of the issues that were presented by Mr. Ngobeni. And to them, they had to rely on the affidavits that were before the labor court. if maybe at some point the former chief of staff can say that I don't know anything that you have written to your report, how does it make the report that is presented to us to be credible? I'm just asking, Mna. And also, some of the of the witnesses, I would say, starting with Mr. Ngobeni, if is the report was given under oath, if maybe Mr. Ngobeni can say that, because they are saying that the witness interviews were neither conducted under oath or on recordings. And then doesn't that, everything that was said here, someone can say that I didn't say so. I'm just looking at that. And then also I'm looking because the former DJ of the department, I know it's for the minister to do that, because I was reading the report that they wanted the minutes of the cabinet and they couldn't get them when I was reading the report. Because even myself, for the confidentiality of the minutes of the cabinet, you cannot just give anyone. Then I'm just asking myself, if now the report is here, it has been done, I've seen the recommendation, they want the acting minister to deal with, because Mr. Netshipale, I nearly said something else. Netshipale is employed by the president, if I can say so, or those processes. And then it will be the minister to deal with the issues. But to me, the reports that if it is having those limitations that were encountered when they were doing their report, will this report assist us? Because there are so many things that have been identified on the fact-finding exercise of the report that they couldn't get. I have cited some of them, but some of them I haven't cited them. Then to me, it causes me to raise my eyebrows, to say that maybe let us give the minister to deal with the legality of things pertaining to what has been presented. Because even to me, I've said that I wanted to ask this question: who signed the appointment? Or I don't know whether it's because I'm new of the Mketsu firm, if they didn't enjoy being assisted in the department, because I will say that they didn't enjoy being assisted by the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mahato, for that. We'll go over to the Honorable, Honorable Sokanyile, rather. We'll go over to the Honorable Mahato.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet the Minister, all honorable members, and all the members who are here, and also the investigators. Most of the recommendation, as my whip has already mentioned, some of the things are not clear in the report. So I can say the matter must be given to the minister to go through them so that she can have clarity on the final investigations recommendation. So most of the things from the previous minister are not clear. So according to me, I can say, let's give the new minister chance to look at this matter. And all of you, all of us, we are here and we know that the minister is new. So we must give her a chance so that she can go through everything. Then I think the matter will be better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahatu. We'll go over to the Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to start with my questions to the Minister, and then I'll move on to questions of the report. Minister, it's good to see you again. And, you know, I've said to you before that you have a lot of work in this department, and we will support you as long as we see that you are doing the right thing and your heart is in the right place. Now, Minister, you are acting. So you have two departments that you're the political head of. If you can take us into your confidence, how will you be dividing your time between the two? Because they're both important portfolios. So just want to see how you will be doing that. Minister, we had spoken about the food aid, and now I know this is not on the agenda, but you did speak about the PSC. And I just wanted to find out if you have read that report and what is the way forward on that. And if there will be, and maybe, Chair, this is a question from the committee side, because we did ask for a PSC investigation into the food aid, if we can just get an update on that. Now I'm going to go to the investigation. First, I must say, shocking. Wow. Shocking. I laugh, but I don't laugh because it's funny. I laugh because I'm almost in disbelief, Chairperson, that the former minister would come to us and say, it's not my signature. I am demanding a forensic investigation to prove my innocence. And then she doesn't cooperate with the investigation that she asked for. It feels like I'm living in upside down world, Minister, like a parallel universe, because it doesn't make sense to me that you would use state resources to get an investigation, acting DG, and then not cooperate with it. It's the craziest thing, and it shows a complete lack of integrity. And Chair, you asked quite a lot of the questions I had, so I'll just add some meat to it. I agree, what was the term of reference for this investigation? And I ask because I'm really worried that it's setting a precedence. That if a department or a minister or even somebody from the portfolio committee requests a forensic investigation into something, it can be stalled simply by non-compliance and non-cooperation, which essentially brings into question the legitimacy of the investigation. And also, how do we make sure that the money is not spent frivolously? Because I can imagine that you charged to do this forensic report. How much was it? And I tell you, for a fact, the money didn't come out of the minister's pocket. It came out of taxpayers' money. So essentially, South Africans paid for this investigation where people were not even cooperative. And that, for me, is a big problem. Chair, you asked about the appointment. Who appointed Mketsu and Associates? What was the process of this appointment? Did it go through the state law attorney as the process should be? Or maybe you can tell me what the process is. And can we maybe get a submission of appointments? So the process to appoint the legal firm from DSD on how this was done through the procurement process. So surely I imagine that, like anything, you have to go through a tendering process or a procurement process, and I imagine other people submitted their bids. Can we get a list of who submitted, how much it costed, and how DSD came to the conclusion that Mketsu and Associates is the best people or firm to do this investigation? Chair, this is not to put any doubt on Mketsu and Associates. It's just due diligence and oversight from our part, because that is our role as the portfolio committee. On page 8, 4.1 of the report, it mentions that the contract of the former DG was backdated. Who backdated it? Who was the official that backdated it? Because it was meant to be the 15th, they backdated it to the 14th. Who did that? We want to know who the name is and what is the consequence management acting DG of this person who backdated this contract. You asked the question, Chair, can we still hold Mr. Netshipale accountable even though he's not here anymore? And if we have to lay criminal charges, so be it. But I'm really sick and tired. I'm sick and tired. It bothers me to the core of my soul that people think they can just resign and they get away with it. Literally, you can steal billions of rands and you just resign from your position and you're free to get away. It cannot be like that. It cannot be, because what are we saying? That, yeah, cool, come to the department, do corruption, and resign and you'll be okay. You won't have any consequences. That cannot be. So I'd really like some guidance, Minister, on how do we handle this, because we cannot allow people to keep getting away with stuff like this. Chairperson, through you, I'm very worried about the DPSA in this report, about Mketsu. And the report says that they don't, Mketsu and Associates don't have jurisdiction over investigating Mketsu and the DPSA. But if I don't know, do I still say allegedly? Because the forensic report is based in facts, right? So it's not allegedly, am I right? So it's a proven fact that Mketsu colluded with officials in the Department of Social Development. And so perhaps from our part as the Portfolio Committee, we can, I don't know, Chair, you'll have to guide me, do we write to the DPSA committee? Do we write to the minister? How do we then push for an investigation into Mketsu? Because if what we're going on the report is, then she was involved in fraud and corruption. That is what the report says. Minister, given this forensic report and taken with the PSC investigation into the 22-year-old Chief of Staff, it is clear that there is a trend within DSD, in human resources, that officials, not only limited to the Chief Director, Human Capital Management, Mr. Chinapan, and Senior Personal Practitioner, Mr. Boichello, who is both implicated in both reports, around irregular appointments. I would like to recommend through this portfolio and through the chairperson that there be disciplinary action taken against these HR officials. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, drop the peace sign and let it rain on you, as I quote Jekyll. That is unacceptable. It is now report after report, back to back, allegations against these HR officials. And so, Acting DG, please, you must take us into what is happening with those HR officials, and they should be disciplined. Because what they are doing is fraud. They are doing corruption. And it is unacceptable. We cannot allow it in our country. Okay, I did that. Okay, I asked about the cost and the submission of appointments. Cool. Now, to Mketsu and Associates, in your report you say that you were appointed and the next day the Chief of Staff was fired or she was dismissed. Nothing happens by coincidence, right? Like, I'm sure you guys work in a space where you don't look at coincidences, you look at facts and trends and what happens when one thing happens and another thing happens at the same time. So for me, it's very suspicious. And if the report says that it's very unlikely that the minister did not know her signature was being used, then why was the Chief of Staff dismissed? Because from what I understand, the Chief of Staff was dismissed because she was accused of using the minister's signature without her knowing. But then the report says, no, the minister, is very unlikely that the minister didn't know. So why was she dismissed, and why is the department continuing with a case against the former Chief of Staff if this report proves something different? It feels like like people's money, South African people's money is just being squandered. And the fact is that Department of Social Development is continuing with the litigation against Ms. Simmons. Or at least that is what I get from the media. So why is DSD continuing to use people's money to fight something that obviously was disproven by Mketsu and Associates? It's very confusing. So I would like to get that. And let's not even talk about abuse of power. The former minister abused her power left, right, and center. And she was defended. We won't forget she was defended until we started seeing the facts. So I just like to make that known. You say in your report that you got information about Ms. Simmons from the Labour Court. Did you approach her? Did you try and get information from her? What was that process? And then, Minister, lastly, what is your way forward given this report and the PSC? The 26-27 APP will now fall on your shoulders. And will you continue spending money in places where there is obviously wrongdoing and clear abuse of power? I'm very shocked, Chair, but I'm not surprised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Sharif. We'll go over to the Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you for this presentation. I just want to find out, first of all, the questions that my colleague has asked, I wanted to ask the same thing about Mketsu, the people that was investigating this whole thing. These are the very same people that investigated the boys from Stellenbosch, if I'm correct. Was it them? Was not them, okay. I just need to find out from you, Minister, what are you going to do about the department? Because at the moment, your department is a mess. There is no department. Because if you go after yesterday, people are saying, no, it's like this, and I say, no, it's like that. So it means there's no strict rules within your department. People can do as they please, they can change things the way they please, and there's going to be no consequences. The mere fact that they are saying here, institutional governance reform, what are you going to do to reform your department? Because the mere fact that overall electronic signatures locking system, anyone can go in there and sign on behalf of me and no one is going to take responsibility for that. That is a red flag immediately. Implement strict chain of custody controls of signature access. Require mandatory political sign-off of all parliamentary responses. Strengthen HR register verification process. Do you even have a register where you can verify who's who in the zoo there? Because it looks like it is an animal farm there. People are just doing as they please. And enhance executive oversight and approve safeguards. If you look at how the previous minister was doing things, it's like she was relying on a lot of people and she was just doing her thing while thinking that other people are doing their thing. In the meantime, no one was doing anything and people were just doing their own thing. So my question is that, how are you going to make sure that your department is intact, that you have a strong team behind you? Because it's no use you are doing the work. Your CEO, your DG, and everyone is doing the work, but your staff on the ground is like, you're going to SASA, we implement things in Parliament here, but the people working in SASA doesn't even know about the rules that is happening here in Parliament. It is like the one is working past the other one. There's no communication, there's no linkages into one another. So I saw on that same day that Lunka and the DG was implemented on the 13th of the 5th. And I just want to know exactly what is happening in your department, because when people of your department is calling us to complain of what is happening in your department, it is a huge concern. Because I cannot come to Parliament all the time and say, but your department is doing that. And the people are even saying now, look here, you can even mention my name, I'm not scared anymore. Then it is a huge concern. You will have to call a meeting within your department. I know you're coming into a position that is where there's a lot of things happening. But if you don't going to put your foot down and put things together, because if you look at this whole thing, Minister, it looked like there was a power struggle between two factions within the DG, within your department, DSD. Because the way Lunka was saying things is because I belong to this minister and now this minister is coming and she's fighting me. She's not giving me a chance to do my work and stuff like that. I think things like that, when you start, you call a meeting and you clear the air. Here, I'm here for everyone. I'm not taking here to take part in your factional battles, because we know that the majority department people are ANC people. Get this thing right so that we can have a clean working environment. Because now we're going after hearsay, and no one exactly know what is the right one. And even though investigation is done, who's going to take the responsibility for this thing? That is the one thing that I want to know, is that I just need to know that if we don't have a department that is intact, then we have a problem. And then, Minister, I want to make something aware to you, even though it's not part of this agenda. And it is just a concern because you are going to leave now. I just have a concern. Tomorrow we're having the parliament discussing the older persons thing that was discussed here with us. And if you look on TikTok and Facebook and that, there's a growing thing that is happening within the provinces where they are calling the older persons together, nah, to have meetings about the money that is not enough for the older persons. I know it is not part of the agenda. I just want to bring it to your attention so you don't be caught off guard when it comes to this thing. And I just need to think that the department must come out with some sort of statement on this thing, because this thing is going to create chaos in South Africa if we don't talk about it, because they need to know what is the budget constraints. You need to know why the money is the way it is. But the way people are going on now, they are using people, old people, for political gains. And it is not right. We cannot abuse our old people like that. So I'm sorry to bring this to you, but I think you must just be aware of what is happening so that you don't be caught off guard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. You didn't raise your hand. Honorable Shaila Peters. Please
Thank you,
go
Chair,
ahead.
and good morning to everyone. Minister, it's actually quite unfortunate that you assume this position at the back of everything that's going on within the Department of Social Development. And as MP Mare was saying, you won't be able to shy away and blaming the officials, but you actually have to sort out the officials. You have to make sure that governance actually takes place. I believe that many times we as politicians have to give answers or account for actual discretions by the officials. And Minister, please do make sure that you ensure governance happens. So my questions are that it's clear that Cabinet approved the 1-year contract, right? How did a 5-year contract come to be signed and implemented? And then the question would be, who drafted, reviewed, and approved the 5-year contract before it was concluded? And then it's clear it's not a clerical error. Why did multiple administrative processes reportedly occur, including HR verification, registry processing, and contract execution? I'm not going to touch on the others because it's what the other MPs also asked. Thank you, Minister and Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. We'll go over to the Honorable Reverend Kwabaza of Umkhonto weSizwe.
Thank you so much, Chair, and honorable members, honorable Minister and DG. Chairperson, I am hurt and I'm disappointed sitting here and thinking about people of South Africa. Today, we shouldn't be sitting here discussing this. We should be sitting here discussing how do we eradicate poverty and implement those things really means something to me here today, discussing this, and looking at when this started and when it was raised up. It is painful to know that the cover up from when it was raised, 25th April 2025, and it's been a year now. This thing, there are no decisions that has been taken, but there were people implicated into this. There are people right now, your Lumka, your Zanele, that are out of the department because of this. And now, for me, I think there are gaps, and which on the report that I would like to hold. The signature issue does not appear to be who exactly did this, because there are two signatures. There's a signature from DPSA, there's a signature from our department. And from our department, there's also Zanele, who was the chief of staff. And it's been said that she's the one. Now, our investigation, I thought maybe it will cover that to say who signed this. It's Zanele. If it is Zanele, did the minister knew about it? And the report, when it says that it is impossible for the minister not to know about this, but did she know about it? Or Zanele did this? Where, how about other appointments? Did she sign on behalf of the minister? Because if it's so, then Zanele is off the hook. And now we are spending money with the lawyers and Zanele outside and Lumka outside. We are spending taxpayers' money as a department. So how much is that? Maybe also the department can assist us with that. How much are we spending there? How much have we spent now with both Zanele and Lumka being out because they appear on this? And how much have we spent also on the associate now on this report, so that we can show the picture to the country and our people how much this department is spending unnecessarily, because this thing was raised a year ago, and the whole of this time we are spending this money and we are not taking any decisions about it. So that's why I'm saying that I'm hurt, because it's people's money that it's taxpayers' money that we are spending as we are sitting here today, and we should be doing some other things. And when we get that report on how much money has been spent, then we'll be fine. Because these two are already, can we get also the commission on Zanele, on how the process and Lumka, maybe both of them, to get to the stage they are, how they were, how did it start, and who put the case, how the whole process on them, so the commission on that, so that we can see where is it going. But all in all, then it means that we have a problem with HR in our system, within the department. And it's not this department also that is it's on this. You find that there is also DPSA, and it means that it's something that is going the whole government, because DPSA holds that position to give letters to all the departments or appointing of the DGs. I'll propose the ad hoc committee to be in place to look all of this, because the PSC has limitation when it comes to the minister, and it cannot go there. And the associate also had limitations also at couldn't find I think Zanele or Lumka outside of this. So I think we need a committee that will be able to just unpack this whole thing and once and for all, and we finish it, and we are able to carry on with our work of social development and eradicating poverty in this country. This is no good, and really I feel sorry for the acting minister and acting DG. They come into the space, and it's just fire, and they have to extinguish the whole thing. So, but what we can do, they have accepted, they've accepted it. It means they can extinguish it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rev. I note that the Honorable Bishop is okay for now. The Honorable Ramaila, are you? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And my apology for later over due to the little bit of confusion, but thank you that I've made it. And good morning to Honorable
I know that you have a very soft voice, but also you are far from the mic.
Thank you, Chair.
So
Thank you very much, and good morning to colleagues, the Minister, acting DG, and officials present here. I must also, from the onset, indicate that we welcome the report, especially as the African National Congress, but we do not do so blindly. We do not do so blindly because of some of the areas that one might view as discrepancies or inconclusivity of the report, so that if such matters will not be attended to, might leave the report a bit incredible. So I feel it's important to really raise certain matters even before I could raise my questions. One, if we have to look at the reliance of, and my colleague Honorable Sokanyele has already raised it, the reliance on unsown and unrecorded interviews. For me, it's a matter of concern. That really has to be taken into consideration, because then, consequently, the findings of report rest substantially on hearsay and the investigator's interpretation rather than on tested evidence. That's a concern that, Minister, you need to really note and needs to be looked into. The failure to prove the intentional misconduct on the clerical error, it's a matter that really needs to be looked at, especially if we look in terms of paragraph 3.1 to paragraph 3.3, where investigators argue that subsequent DPSA correspondence justify the 5-year term, which provides that the irregular appointment could have been accidental. And it doesn't drill deep into really giving us the meat of the discussions there. The other part is that the report never...
Sorry, Honorable Ramail, you've gone way back down again.
Oh, sorry.
So that I can't hear you
sorry.
from here.
The other thing is that the report never produces or verifies the actual cabinet resolution. And as you could have seen in the report, especially in terms of paragraph 1.2 and paragraph 1.3, which repeatedly referred to these alleged restrictions. it further indicates that they could not access the cabinet resolution because it's confidential. There's a process and a procedure to could have acquired certain information that they couldn't have accessed. And like one member mentioned here, we do not know their terms of reference, and we do not know what limited them from accessing certain confidential information. And in the absence of certain critical information in this regard, to a certain extent, it questions the credibility of this report. No proper forensic authentication of electronic evidence. It's a matter that is there, and the report has also indicated that, especially when you come to paragraph 3.1 and paragraph 3.2. And however, the report does not indicate whether electronic evidence underwent proper forensic authentication. There is no explanatory notes regarding metadata analysis, server verification, digital imaging, or preservation. And there's quite a lot of things that remains hanging that have not been verified. And how do you then come to a certain conclusion when you know that you had certain limitations? And that again makes the report a bit inconclusive and a bit incredible to a certain extent. And I think these things are important to really look at. And the contradiction concerning jurisdiction is a matter that I think we need to look at. Failure to demonstrate and quantify financial loss or unlawful benefits that would have incurred due to the appointment of the DG then. And I have indicated that somewhere in the process is indicated that there was a bit of a process that tried to really rectify the error that might have occurred. Now, from the ANC point of view, there's certain questions that I'm going to ask and really want clarity on them. The first one is, why did the investigators proceed to make findings on dishonesty and collusion despite admitting that witness interviews were unsworn and unrecorded? 2, why were no sworn affidavits obtained from key witnesses before severe adverse findings were made? How can Parliament rely on allegations of collusion when the investigators admitted they never interviewed DPSA officials or audited DPSA systems? Fourth one is, why did the report fail to attach or quote the actual cabinet resolution allegedly limiting the contract to 1 year as proof of evidence? The fifth one is that did the investigators independently verify whether the cabinet's decision legally overrode Section 8, subsection 3, and Section 16, subsection 3 of the Public Service Act? On what basis did investigators conclude that the statutory interpretation advanced by DPSA was dishonest rather than differing legal interpretation? Why does the report make adverse inferences against the minister and DPSA officials while simultaneously claiming it lacked jurisdiction over them? Why was the Director General singled out for disciplinary recommendation when multiple institutional actors processed and authorized the appointment? Did the investigators consider whether the Director General was entitled to rely on official documents issued by DPSA and processed through HR system? Were there any financial loss or unlawful enrichment that the state suffered as a result of the 5-year contract? Does the report distinguish clearly between administrative irregularity, negligence, and intentional dishonesty? Lastly, except for the alleged letter from DPSA, why were key executive documents, including cabinet minutes, not obtained before conclusions were reached by Mketsu and Associates? And these are critical questions that, if clearly answered, maybe might give us the confidence that it's a report that really can be accepted by Parliament as representing really the situation that is happening in the department. And we'd like to make this recommendation from the ANC point of view. Honorable Minister, we're going to recommend that an independent legal opinion ought to be obtained to specifically address whether Section 8, subsection 3 and 16, subsection 3 of the Public Service Act could lawfully permit a head of department to serve beyond the age of 65, notwithstanding Cabinet's alleged one-year limitation. Secondly, the investigation should be supplemented with some testimony from these DPSA officials, including Ms. Nomsa Khosa and other officials involved in drafting or transmitting the appointment documentation. As we know, it has gone through a number of hands, but in the process, this only the recommendation is about consequence management being applied to the DG only. What about all other people who were involved in this process? Thirdly, the report should distinguish carefully between administrative irregularity, negligence, governance failure, and intentional dishonesty before making any final adverse findings. Lastly, Chair, the investigation ought to gather clear supporting evidential documentation such as certified cabinet records, digitally authenticated communications, and verified witness statements. This would ensure that a complete evidentiary recording supports any disciplinary recommendation. But as it stands, we might be putting the minister and the department, including the Parliament, subject to a lot of litigations that might result in the delays from the minister to apply consequence management where it is necessary. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila, for representing the ANC. So now I think we are going to have the responses to the questions. And I think the questions ranged from the Mketsu and Associates to the department, back and everywhere. But I will leave it in the hands of the Honorable the Acting Minister and the Acting DG to divide who is going to answer first and so on and so forth. But I think, yeah, we can do that now. Thank you so much, Honorable Acting Minister.
No,
Oh,
thank you.
sorry.
Sorry, Minister. Just one more. In terms of costing, while the department is busy in courts with your official Lumka and Zanele, already there is an appointment that has been made on the position of Lumka, and that appointment now, I'm just checking out in terms of while they are busy, but already they've appointed someone and in the position. What happened if she wins there and she has to come back to the department and the appointment has been done, and that person, it seems like the person is from KZN. I just want to know the funds around, how much money has been used in this process of that particular individual to get that individual to Pretoria and all of those things and being appointed, and what will happen if this one wins the case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Reverend. It's over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me also welcome the questions. I would suggest, Chair, that we start with the attorneys, then the ADG, then I'll be last to respond. Thank you. In that order, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Thank you, Minister. The question from the Chair was the position of the now former DG. When we made the recommendation, the DG was still in the employ of the department. Obviously, as the report states, that our mandate was not to provide legal counsel to the department. In terms of how effectively the department implements that recommendation, it's an internal issue with the department. Obviously, would have to follow the due process, as we know that the DG is appointed by the president, and only the president can discipline. What one would have expected is that the minister will then seek delegation from the presidency to deal with that recommendation. Then the issue about Ms. Khosa's sections she quoted, that was completely misplaced. Those sections do not allow, number one, that the decision of cabinet must be ignored. Number two, legally, there's been many cases, and as you may also remember, even the former municipal manager of the city of Ekurhuleni tried and even went to court trying to have her contract beyond her age, statutory age, and she lost. So that issue has been settled. I know the Honorable Ramaile also raised that issue. That issue was long settled. It's settled law. There's no debate about it. If you reach the age of 65, that's it. Those sections do not justify. It was just a justification. That is why we conclude in our report that there was collusion to justify. But unfortunately, that was not a correct legal position. The issue of the affidavit, obviously, because we were appointed by the department, whatever assistance we need to carry out our investigation, we will request that assistance from the department, and that's what they made available, which was in their possession, the affidavit of Ms. Simmons. The investigation was commissioned by the department. Obviously, our appointment letter was signed by the acting DDG then, Corporate Services, Mr. Brugwe, who's with us here. The questions from Honorable Sokanyile. The non-cooperation, how does that affect the credibility of the report? Obviously, we put that as a limitation in our report. That's why we say it was a limitation. That's how our report had those limitations. We admit upfront that we face those limitations. So had we been able to interview the minister and or at least get the written response and also the former chief of staff, our report would have been slightly better. We admit from upfront that that is the situation. The interviews under oath, we deal with that issue because it's the nature of the investigations of this nature that we don't, because we try to create a free environment. But the interviews are collaborated by documentary evidence and by other interviews with other individuals. Like you would realize that we say on the usage of the minister's stamp, signature stamp, we say we interviewed Mr. Ngobeni, the registry clerk, who clearly indicated that he is the person who put the stamp on the contract on the instructions of the former chief of staff of the minister. Although the former chief of staff in her affidavit seems to be disowning that process, but the reality of the matter is that we got information from the person who says, I was instructed to use the minister's stamp to sign the contract. And then the other questions from Honorable Mahato is they are all directed to the minister. And Honorable Sharif, our terms of reference was to investigate how the 5-year contract came to about. That was our mandate. It was limited in that regard. And that's why you will have a lot of other concerns regarding the report itself, because we were not authorized to investigate a whole lot of issues, including being able to go to the other department as this was a limited scope for us. But we did use the documents that emanated from DPSA, which pointed clearly to where this whole genesis of the 5-year contract. It first came from the appointment letter itself. Secondly, the template of the contract was received from the DPSA, which Mr. Bushielo obviously populated and had it finalized. Also, Ms. Koza's emails clearly state, and she even go further to invoke certain provisions of the Public Service Act to justify why the DG was entitled to a 5-year, despite the fact that the cabinet had resolved otherwise. And it's important also to place on the record that the HR people at DPSA, Mr. Chipanan, clearly had the presence of mind to say, but there is something wrong here, and wrote back to DPSA to say, but are you sure this is the correct position? The issue about the process of our appointment, I would prefer that the department deal with that. Safe to say that obviously we responded to an RFQ like any other service provider, and how the adjudication process turned out. I think the department is best placed to deal with that. The issue of backdating the contract, we stated in our report, is that the DG did not backdate the contract except to say that they signed the contract on the 15th. They then said the date must remain aligned with the appointment letter, which was dated the 14th. So the DG admitted that. It's not a question of us throwing an inference. The DG, in his interview, admitted that. Can Mr. Netshipale be held responsible? That's our recommendation, that there must be consequent management against him. because from the whole thing as a DG, he's an accounting officer. He is aware of what the cabinet decides. He was fully aware that the cabinet had resolved only a one-year contract. For him to rely on other people, it was something that obviously he has to answer in a consequent management process. That's what we recommended. The role of the DPSA, we said it was one of our limit. We could not go across and conduct interviews. The scope was limited in that regard. Mr. Bushielo is the one who populated, and there's also another important aspect in the whole thing. There was when Mr. Netshipale queried the appointment letter, I think on the 15th or somewhere there, Ms. Khoza did not respond. It took her 21 days to respond. She responded on the 7th. In between, Mr. Bushielo populated the contract and it was executed. The issue of the dismissal, obviously, is for the department to answer. We can't answer that. Did we approach Ms. Simmons? We approached the department to make her available. We were informed that she's not willing. Obviously, she was fighting with the department. Honorable Mari, I don't think she only asked questions related to the minister. Honorable Peters, who drafted the conduct, it was drafted by the DPSA and then finalized by Mr. Bushielo from HR at the DPSA. Honorable Reverend Kwabaza, the gaps, the signature issue, I think I've clarified that our finding is that Mr. Ngobeni used the minister's stamp to sign the contract on instructions, according to him, from the chief of staff of the minister, then Ms. Simmons. On the other issue about whether Ms. Saneles did use the signature stamp on other matters, I think it's a department to respond to that. But on this specific one, this is what we established. How much has been spent on this report? I think the department can also assist in that. I don't have those figures with me. Honorable Ramela, the questions, welcome the report. The issue of reliance on unsworn and unrecorded interviews, I think I've already addressed that one. The failure to prove intentional misconduct of the clerical era. I think if in our report we make it clear that, number one, the then minister, was part of the cabinet that took the decision on the one-year contract. Number two, the then minister is the one who came to this house and confirmed a 5-year contract, who subsequently then said it was a clerical error. So we also do not make a finding against the minister based on the limitation that we could not interview her. But obviously, circumstantial evidence exists that points that it can be a clerical error. The issue about producing a cabinet resolution, I mean, we put that as a blockage, as a limitation on ourselves. Unfortunately, we could not be given because of the confidentiality nature of those resolutions, and we couldn't take it further than that. Access to cabinet resolution is the same thing. The issues about metadata and forensic things. The report, the issues that we have established, there is no dispute that required that we must go and forensically examine computers. We got interviews that confirm certain issues. We got documents that also give a clear direction. Obviously, perhaps if we had interviewed people like Ms. Summons, who in their affidavit to the Labour Court seems to disown giving those instructions, that might have necessitated, but the instructions were not in writing as per Mr. Ngobeni's interview, that it's a matter of being told by someone you believe is senior and you act. Unfortunately, albeit that that's why we say that the whole governance processes must be looked at, because you need to have a proper process chain and accountability when those instructions are given. Why did we proceed to make findings? I think our report is clear on what basis we make findings, where we make the findings. How Parliament can rely on collusion when interviews with, I've dealt with that because obviously our interviews are collaborated by documentary evidence and also other interviews with other people. Did investigator whether cabinet resolution overrides section? I've already stated that that issue is a legal issue that has long been resolved by our courts. So beside, even if there was a doubt, how do you ignore a cabinet resolution? Because the cabinet is the executive authority. They take a decision. If the cabinet resolution is wrong, the expected thing will be to write back to cabinet and say, cabinet, sorry, you have no legal basis to make this resolution. Your resolution is not consistent with the law. Not to simply override it and say another process which is contrary to what the cabinet has resolved. That would be inviting chaos. Did investigation whether the cabinet resolution overrides? We did that. How did the report, why the DG singled out for DC while many other role players? I think our report states clear the DG's responsibility as an accounting officer who knew all these things. And remember, as the accounting officer, he's actually a custodian of ethics and honesty and everything in that department. He himself admitted that he knew, but he continued to simply rely on the fact that there was a signature from the minister already appended in the conduct. That's why he signed. But he knew what was correct or not, and he had a responsibility actually to correct whatever is wrong that is being done. So, and we don't single him out. We simply make a recommendation. Obviously, that recommendation, if it had been implemented, it will lead to him being able to explain himself further. But the fact of the matter is that he knew that cabinet had resolved on one year. And if there was any difficulty, he could have even considered approaching legal services to say, give us legal opinion between what Ms. Koza is saying and what the resolution is saying. He did not, he simply signed. Consider reliance on the DPSA. We've indicated the limitations on that. Why were key cabinet executive documents not obtained? We've explained that. Recommended independent legal opinion. I think these are other recommendations. I'm not sure if there is any other question I've missed. Honorable Chair, thank you very much.
Thanks. Well, I think I know that we have colleagues here, Chair, and honorable members who will respond on the issues raised by yourself and the members. Maybe just to make my input, Chair and members, because I'm now 2 months old in the social development, and I agree with the Reverend that I think we really need to pass this day so that we can focus on the mandate of the department to serve those who are vulnerable. But I think these discussions are also important. But my observation, Chair and members, I think that the biggest challenge, and I was also frank to the minister to say, there are serious governance challenges at DSD. And if you remember when I was here, I had committed to prioritize issues of governance, because that has been my observation, to say if you don't fix the governance, there won't be a DSD on a number of issues, Chair, whether it's on human resource, on issues of supply chain, on issues of parliamentary question, on issues of APP and all that. I think that's a focus. Maybe just to make one example, I was a bit surprised when I got a parliamentary question that was sent in March. I'm expected to look at it in May. It raised a serious flag to say, how do we work here? So we have tried to put the system, Chair. Yesterday, Minister, I know that maybe officials shared on Cabinet, because Cabinet, they also do red list. But we have moved, within a short space of time, we have moved from 26 questions, we are only left with 4. Because we are trying by all means to deal with this.
Switch off your...
Yeah, Chair, I'm saying we want to deal with issues of governance, because you can't run government without governance principles. It is a fact. So that's one issue which we are trying to prioritize, to put systems, processes, and the issues of culture, standard operating procedures and all that, so that, because you look at these issues, for example, the issues of Bushielo. Bushielo is at HR, but he reports somewhere. You look at the PSC report, is also implicated. You look at this report, is also implicated. But then you ask yourself, where are the checklists? So those are some of the principles or the SOPs that we are trying to put to say, because there's even other processes of HR where I had to return back. I had to analyze and say, but this is not here, and I'm not going to approve that. So I think it's about how do we strengthen governance at social development on a number of issues, and we are working on that, Chair. I thought, let me just make my emphasis. On the issues of electronic signature, it is a cause for concern, because when you look at the PSC report, it also tells that the former DG is saying his signature may have been forged. So it tells you that there's a problem. The very same report, it alludes to all those issues. And I know that we've engaged the CIO, hence the CIO is here, Chair, Minister, and members. We have said, CIO, we need to do something about this issue. Because it can't be right that all the time there are issues of electronic signatures, stamp, and all that. Where is the standard operating procedures? And I know that the report also says, put some controls and authorization, because in terms of the Electronic Communication Transaction Act, it's lawful that you can use an electronic signature, but the how part and the manner is very, very important. But I think CIO is going to respond, because we need to put systems and processes. I know that on the issues of discipline, consequences management, on Bushielo as well, because on the PSC, we have put an action plan. We have submitted the action plan. We have looked at the PSC report, and I know issues of Bushielo is going through the discipline process, where we appoint those who must preside and all that, because we don't want to just speak about processes, we want to be action-oriented. And that's the action plan that we have put to Minister, to say, even those issues of recoveries and all that. But I think in a nutshell, members, I'm saying it's about governance, systems, processes, and people that are there, if you want to achieve the principle of building of a capable, ethical, and a developmental state as one of the priorities of this administration. So the issues of who commissioned the investigation, I think there's a DTG, fortunate DTG has been here, corporate services will respond on those issues, issues of terms of reference, and the costing, maybe the costing could submit. Maybe the manner, because members are also interested in the manner, whether SCM was followed and all that. I think DTG, we can even submit that information in terms of the cost, but the manner is very important, because other than that, we might get an audit finding if it was not done in a correct way. Then the other issues, maybe just to say, I know, Reverend, your concern on the issues of the appointment. But maybe, members, I'm not trying to say maybe we are abdicating our responsibilities, but because the matter it's sub judice, and the matters are under arbitration, maybe can we be allowed that they go through that process, then we can come maybe and respond after, because we'll be saying a stance The lawyers will be picking that up and all that. So, and legal, you can't debate on the matters that are sub judice. So I'm pleading with members to say, maybe let's allow that process to unfold. I think the honorable member has the issues of older persons. We have noted that a member, so that we can also sensitize the DDG. With that, we need to look at this matter, and it's good that we also need to be cautioned as the department in terms of the contract. Who drafted the contract as well? I think DDG Brooke. If you are comfortable, we can submit in writing. If we are fine, we can still maybe respond on some of the issues. Yeah, I think the Mketsu responded on the credibility, because I think the issues of the credibility of the report, the sworn, the tested evidence, and all that. I know that the money has been spent. Maybe it shouldn't have been in term now Mketsu to be commissioned, and it's money, and we understand it's taxpayers' money that has been spent. But maybe the positive side of it, and I'm not overlooking, because it's money, these are tax, these are public funds. I think the regularization of the contract prior the 1 year term, it was a good stance, because it could have attracted an irregular expenditure from the Auditor General. Because Auditor General was going to say, here a cabinet minister says 1 year, then it's 5. If it had gone beyond, it was going to be an irregular expenditure. I think for me, that's a positive side to say at least it has been regularized, hence it is not here. But I think, the department could have done it better to prevent all these issues. Now we're spending money for investigators who have to be paid and all that. Then I think the other issues maybe would allow the colleagues maybe who DTG Brooke on the issues, CIO, on the issues of digital, because we had a discussion, members, on this issue, because we want to put the SOP on, so that we avoid this issue going forward. And maybe legal services, I know that the issues of sub-judice I've already highlighted. Maybe may I just say one or emphasize what I've just raised. In that order, colleagues.
Thank you, teacher. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, teacher. Advocate Joshua will come on the last one around the new appointment of heads of communication. We know it's subject to care, but I can tell you two things. The head of communication was dismissed. He came with prayers asking for settlement, not for reinstatement. So that gave us that a balance, that we know that we're dealing with settlement. As it goes to arbitration everywhere, we're dealing with settlement, not reinstatement. So hence we moved on. Then on the issue of the second parliamentary question that was asked by Parliament, I'm just giving the feedback around this issue of the DG and the forensic report before I go to the appointments and everything. Minister, there was a disagreement between corporate services of DSD, corporate services of DPSA, and our DG. There was a second parliamentary question that's asking about the term. So we as corporate services responded based on the outcome of the cabinet appointment, the decision there. So we noted that when it came to Parliament, it was no longer the same response we gave as corporate services. So we escalated that matter to the minister, that that's not our response. Because our response was talking about 1 year, and we're in the middle of regularizing the DG's appointment from 5 years to 1 year. So the response that was given to Parliament, now was taking forward our efforts of regularizing. So we raised it with the minister, and the ministers. Then because I was new, knew that I was from NDA. I was 2 weeks into the job. So then we agreed that no, we needed a forensic report so that we can know how this thing came about. So the terms of reference were around that thing. Who signed the appointment? When minister sat with the DG after cabinet, informed the DG about the 1 year contract, because when it went to cabinet, it was asking for 5 years. So minister felt it necessary that she informs the DG that no, I did not win in cabinet, so it was a 1 year. So we wanted to understand that thing, because there were other people involved at DPSA around these legal matters. So we're challenging each other as heads of corporate that no, it does not work that way, it works this way. So hence we even included the two ministers that now is becoming more for us as officials. Let's include our political principals. So they both agreed that we needed a forensic report. So forensic report was based on that. Then on the appointment or the disciplinary action against DG, whether DG employed himself. Remember, there were issues of duress here, where junior staff were forced to do certain things. So that pointed to the levels of integrity and ethical standards by higher people there. For instance, if you look at Samuel Bushelo, he's just a level 8 person. It's just a clerk. And if you look at how this thing was done, it was even done outside of corporate services. You will notice, Minister, that the head of corporate service does not have a signature in all these things. It was done somewhere, taken to the minister, then corporate services was advised later. Hence, corporate service wrote an advisory saying that whatever you have done is unlawful based on our standards. Hence, now we took it to DPSA. So that's why the Minister of DPSA then wrote to us saying even my signature on that letter is not my original signature. So you have two ministers saying it's not my signature this side, and on the other side, the other minister saying it's not my signature. So it was based on that disbelief from our side that this could not be true. So that's why then the recommendation might point to DG. Remember, DG is the custodian of all these ethical standards and everything. So if the guardians cannot guard, then it becomes a problem. Then the affidavit by Ms. Simmons, from our side, we thought it was going to be sufficient because it was addressing the issue of the stamp, because she was fired for breakdown in relationship between her and the minister, and then plus the issue of the signing of the stamp. So in that affidavit, she was explaining exactly what happened and the instructions she had given to Rulani as a thing. And fortunately, when Rulani was asked to sign, she raised the issue with the former minister, that I'm put under duress here to sign this thing. But we don't know how it was signed, but it ended up being signed. So those were the two issues. So we appointed Mketsu and Associates after my meeting with the minister and the DG, because I had to arrange that meeting, because DG was my boss and minister was the DG's boss. So we said, no, because there's corporate services now, if there's a conflict between these two, we needed to intervene. So convened the meeting. So it was decided by both of them that, no, we needed a forensic investigation. Was initially DG said, no, I'm going to go to the police station and make an affidavit. So our view with legal services that affidavit one day will be challenged and we will not be in a position to enforce it, especially if you have to regularize a contract from 5 years to 1 year. DG can then challenge when that time comes that your contract now is ending. Then Honorable Sokanyile, the non-cooperation of the former minister. I must say this, when we received the report, we prepared our opposing response to the report, and we discussed it with the forensic team. As a person who was heading the entire exercise around the forensic report, I was arguing that I was never asked to arrange a meeting with the minister. It was asked from the private office. So I missed it because I was the one leading the entire forensic report. Hence, we prepared that forensic thing because I had to accept the report, but I had to indicate to the forensic command, these are the areas we're not comfortable with in that report. Even last week with the minister, we're taking them through what we're not comfortable with that report, but we agreed that no, because we did not want to compromise the integrity of the actual report. So we said, no, we accept the actual report, but we are accepting it based on this opposing thing. Mr. Mketsu has addressed the issue of unavailability of Ms. Simmons and the witnesses not testifying under oath. The issue of cabinet minutes, DPSA ordinarily, they give you that section that deals with the appointment as it will appear in the minutes. So for us, that was suffice to give to the forensic investigators, but we could not give them the actual minutes because that's top secret documents. So even if you go to the minutes, you will find it written in this way. So this is how it will be written. And when we confirm that indeed it was captured the same way, so we're comfortable to tell them the way you see there is the way it is captured in the minutes. But what we won't do is to share the minutes of cabinet with you. Then the issue of the investigation on food aid. The food aid now has become a different matter from the old PSC report. Because last week we received new questions based on the new complaint from the chairperson of the portfolio committee. So we are working on that thing, because it's going to be now a separate report from the old PSC report. But it's something we are attending to. So I've addressed the issue of terms of reference. It was mainly around how these two signatures found themselves in the documents that were saying that they were not legit. Because it was our understanding that these two documents were not legit. The same contract that was shown here in Parliament, it was not legit because that's not how we do contracts in the department. So when you see contracts, even if they are done in ministry, if they are not done from corporate, you always see the difference because there's a way we do our contracts. And our contracts at any given time will never show a breakdown of salaries. It sticks to the global figure, the same as the one of DG. No, we don't know because sometimes our kids have a qualification that is done in corners by the Nigerians. So we will not know. But that one was not ours. The one Honorable James was showing us when we were here the last time. Even if you look at the logo, yes, the food aid. Even if you look at the logo, it's not the logo of the department. So those were issues we were trying to deal with the other lawyers, because that matter as well is before other lawyers. So the issue of the appointment process of the Mketsu and Associates, it was a procurement process. It was advertised in newspapers and our website. So around those...
One meeting, please, honorable members.
Yes.
Because you'll ask questions on things that have been shared.
Yes. So I guess, Mr. Minister, we received a number of responses, varying from 10 million down. Mketsu charged us 153,000. Others were charging us 8 million, 10 million. The next one that was less was around 3 million. So we chose them from 3 million to 150, that because of using state resources economically based on the constitution, that we needed to appoint them because they were the cheapest. It was 153,000 or so. But the next cheapest was around 3.5 million. The other one was around 8 million, 10 million and up. So they were for the forensic. Yes.
May I please chair this meeting, please, guys, colleagues? Can we just listen to the answers to the questions you asked,
Yes.
please?
Then the other issue was the resignation of the DG. DG was not left to live scot-free. Remember, his contract was coming to an end 31st of March. And this process was there. And you remember that ministers do not have authority to discipline DGs. So what we did is that we prepared representations for the minister to give to DG. So when we prepare then the package to the president, it goes with ministers' concerns around DG issues, and then the response to the DG. So they met, they discussed it with the president, and then there was a feedback to us. Then on the collision between DPSA and DSD around Ms. Khoza, I think it was, like I said with Bushelo, it was beyond them. Because remember, even when I challenged it, it was the DG on the other side that responded to me. Even the issues around adverts, you could see that it was just a muddy arrangement. But even Ms. Khoza, she was not alone. She was just responding on behalf of the department. That's the question we asked even when we received that can't we get a response from a right level, not from that level, because we knew that when it comes to accountability, it might be difficult for that person to account. But if it comes at higher up, we'll be in a position to engage that. Then when it comes to Mr. Bushelo, we have started the process of dissemination because we have now an action plan, like DG was saying, on all these matters. But we understand that it was under duress because even if you look at the PSC reports, there was deputy minister involved, there were higher managers involved, but corporate service was never involved. And it was a funny arrangement because a minister will know that when a new minister joins, it should be the corporate services that onboard them. But in this matter, the entire corporate service was sidelined. So that's why you hear names of Mr. Masiliel and all those, because they were the people in the front line from the DG's office, not corporate, because corporate was not agreeing with them. Then the coincidence around the issue of the chief of staff resigning a day after the forensic started. No, it was not a coincidence. Remember, we had charged her long time. She had to send to us representation. We had to analyze the representation. But the day before they started, it was when DG then communicated the decision of the department that we have decided to fire you after considering your representations. So it's not something that happened on one day, something that has started last year around October already. Around the issue of the department and the governance issues, besides governance issues, we had serious capacity issues in the department. Hence, we're now looking at a new structure, and with the minister, we have started the transformation agenda, is how we transform the department so that this department can just deal with the mandate it was given. So we're in the middle of that transformation agenda. We're just dealing with climate survey now. We will start in earnest in these coming weeks, just to transform the entire department. Indeed, Honorable Peters will sort out officials because there's consequence management and will ensure that governance is perfected as DG committed. And Honorable Kwabaza, the issue of Lumka and Zanele, they are out of the department now. Zanele gave instruction to her lawyers. The issue, how much has been spent, I think it's an issue that we can deal with as we call, because every day we go to court, the costs escalate, so we cannot now count on that. Then the issue, Honorable Ramaila, the issue around the report did not capture the actual appointment of the DG. We regularized the appointment of the DG immediately after the second parliamentary question, because as corporate service we were convinced that we could not keep him on a 5-year contract because it was going to give us problems. Even when you calculate the pension, it was going to give him more pension than a person who's appointed on a 1-year contract. And we did not agree with the legal opinion we got from DPSA. Hence, said, no, let's regularize. If DG want to challenge it, then we'll go to court and challenge it. That's because that takes care of the legal opinion you are looking for, Honorable Ramaila, because we looked at that section. A person can be appointed straightforward, but the cabinet must appoint that person based on that, because you cannot take different regulation outside of the cabinet process, because cabinet is the supreme structure of the country. Then before you go to CIO, I must tell you, before even CIO speaks, that thing of electronic signatures, it's a lie. We sent our specialists to Public Service Commission so that they can tell Public Service that there's no way your signature can be forged, but CIO will tell us that.
Thanks.
Titi, maybe let's allow Advocate Mchochisi on emphasis on the issues that have been raised by Titi Chipruke, then we'll give it to CIO.
Maybe the DDG not to say it's a lie. You know, in Parliament in particular, yeah, if that one, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members of the House, the entire executive of the department and colleagues, I don't have much to say because my seniors have already exhausted the issues. Just to say I align myself with what they have said, more especially with regard to the issue of the matter being sub judice and we being unable to give responses to some of the issues. Thank you.
CIO.
No, thank you very much. Oh, okay.
Can I just chair the meeting? Go ahead, CIO.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister and members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm the CIO in the department, and in terms of the electronic signature.
For interjection, what do you want?
Okay, sorry. Let me introduce myself properly. Apologies. The CIO is an acronym for Chief Information Systems. Chief Information Officer. This is naturally the head of IT in the department. Yes. So I'm therefore going to talk about IT-related issues here, and in particular the electronic signature issue. So, Chair, in the department we have a system called the Smart Government System. It's a system that's generally used, I think, in a number of government departments. And it's a system that's used to automate the submissions. So normally we draft the submission in paper and then we'll get it to move around for signatures. So
The mic, the voice, please. We want to know about this information system.
okay. Am I audible now? Okay, all right, sorry. Okay, yes, so I was saying the Smart Gov system automates the e-submission process. In other words, it enables the submission to be routed electronically to different signatories. But as it does that, it records every signatory's signature, the date and the timestamp of that signature. And then there's also an audit trail. So it okay, I'm saying, should I start from the beginning? You want me to start from the beginning? Oh, okay. Yes, I'm saying as you submit on the system a submission, it tracks the signature because you would have been enrolled into the system, attached to your signature in the system, and you've got you alone has access to that signature, so nobody else can use it, unless obviously I give you my password and then you can use the signature. So in this case, the system will then track the signature and keep the date and time stamp. So if I sign today at 12 and I forward it to DDG Broker, she signs tomorrow at 3, and so on until it gets to the final approval. So all the date time stamps is locked. So there is an audit log on the eGov system. So it is therefore not clear how this process happened. But it can be verified on the system if it happened, because it keeps that audit log. However, let me also say that there is also a parallel process within the system where somebody can scan a document and then email it to the next person for that person to sign. So in this case, you're not operating within the system, you're operating outside of the system. But that can also result in another electronic signature that I would have signed after receiving a document by email. So, so that's another possibility. So as the DG has already indicated, I think we need to look at those two scenarios, and that's what we're going to look at. And then try to modernize so that as the department we have one common platform for signing. And with audit trails and chain of custody evidence. And that's one of the digital transformation initiatives that will be driving to close that gap, so that there's one platform where every document can be signed electronically. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, honorable members, what happened today? How? I'm very sad here because I thought I was going to work at the Department of Social Development. Now I'm 60 something already. So I don't know why you are so excited, because I'm not. So please state who, because it looks like there are follow-up questions. And so we'll start with the Honorable Sokanyile, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Mare, and Honorable Reverend. Please go ahead, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry about that. I wanted to check now with this particular signature that is under discussion. Looking at all those processes, can you locate it being dismantled somewhere by saying that is the system, is the signature following all that trail that you have talked about now?
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chairperson. What an interesting meeting this is. It's very sad that this report was, quote unquote, hidden away from us for such a long time. If we had gotten it in time, maybe we could have, made a difference in holding the right people put on your list, because those questions from March come from all us. And we didn't receive any responses to questions for a long time. And I think I raised it in the portfolio committee. Chair, I just wanted to ask, so DDG Brookway from Group Corporate Shared Services, am I right? Can you just tell us who signed the actual appointment for the forensic investigation? I just want to know who was the person to say, the official to say, I'm putting my signature to say, let us procure this I just want a name, please. And then you spoke about the upper echelons putting other officials under duress. That is very concerning, Chairperson, because now we move into the realm of bullying. We move into the realm of abuse of power, and it's very concerning. I just want to ask you, because Mr. Brook, I think Mr. Brookway, it is you who opened up this can of worms, because I was very shocked by what you were saying. So are you essentially saying that there's possibly or there was possibly collusion between the DG of DPSA and the former DG of Social Development. I just want to understand that. Mr. Brookway, you then say that Zanele and Lumka and whoever else, because we only know of 2 people because of the media, right? Like, who knows how many more people there are? So maybe through you, Chair, we should get a report on dismissals and HR matters, just so that we can satisfy ourselves that it's not only Lumka and Zanele who is going through this. It possibly could be more. Would not be surprised. So I want to know, why didn't DSD settle at conciliation? Because the matter, like you say, Acting DG, is currently at arbitration. So it means there's no settlement. So, like you correctly said, every day you go to court, you are not spending your own money. You are not spending your own money. This money is not coming out of your pocket. This money is coming out of South Africans' pockets. So every single day you drag this on for, I don't know, ego, for I'm the right one, I'm going to show you. I don't know what it is, but you're spending money. So why are you saying that they don't want reinstatement, they want settlement, but now you're at arbitration? I then want to ask, you're saying that Ms. Simmons didn't cooperate, or you're only using the affidavit. Can you give us evidence that Mketsu or you tried to contact her to form part of this investigation? Maybe emails or WhatsApp message or something, just to prove what you are saying. Because it's 2 different stories and it's very confusing. Who is, and to quote the acting minister, it's not parliamentary to say lying, so who is being untruthful, who is being, what's the other, short with the truth. There's many adjectives we can use, but it all means the same thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sharif. Honourable Murray.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. A very interesting meeting, Chairperson, indeed. The weather of Western Cape is sticking to its name today. The winds of storm, and storms are happening within DSG. Okay, I just want to ask the DTG. You said that there will be consequences when it comes to the DG. I just need to find out, did the DG get his pension? Was his money given to him? What is the consequences that is going to happen to the DG? Because you said that you're not going to leave things as it is. And then the other thing I want to know, you slipped something and I just wanted to know something is, how is the DM involved? Because you were talking about the DM there. Nah? I want to know, how is the DM involved? And then I would like to know what measures are in place so that this thing that happened just now is not going to happen again. Because now we're here, because staff is complaining to us, lower staff, of what is happening. Now you have just confirmed what we've been saying the whole time, of abuse that is happening within the department, and also political abuse that is happening in the department. What are you putting in place to make sure this thing is not occurring again? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. There was a time when, I don't know whether it was the acting DG or Mr. Brooker that was speaking, and there was chatting over there, and I said, please listen, because now you will be asking questions. Half, if not 60% of the questions that are being asked have been covered. But let's go ahead. Honourable Rev.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, my question will be to the Chief Information Officer. I thought he would continue and say, because he made us understand the system, how it works and everything. But I thought that at the end he will say, for instance, the signature number 1 of which was done by the signature for Minister Buthelezi, because he dismissed it. Then he will say, this is what we got out of that trail of the system itself, yes, and then the signature number 2, of which is the minister's signature on this side on DSD. He will tell us where it went wrong, where it went right, what does he see on the system itself. What does he see about these signatures in the whole system? Because now he just told us how good is the system, what it does, and the parallel of it, and But according to this, because we are dealing with this, where are these signatures? Can he find them on the system? He can't find them on the system. Where does it break? Where does it come back? Email, parallel, left, right, center. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend. The Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. Given that Mketsu and Associates had been given a specific task and which they carried, but the task obviously limited them to can even probe further, and that also limited them to make recommendations about other officials that might have been involved. And I had made a recommendation that the minister maybe needs to look at an independent legal opinion over and above that, or alternatively, because then the terms of reference limited the investigation by Mketsu and Associates. What would be an alternative process? Because the way we are asking questions, we will not get answers because those other matters were not probed further into. What is it that needs to happen so that we could have a full detail of whoever is affected, whoever is alleged to have been involved, signature and whatsoever, so that the investigation should really be thorough. Terms of reference should be able to enable whichever legal company would have been appointed. And I think maybe it's a matter that we really might need to look into. But as well, Honorable Minister, given that there's deeply entrenched issues, obviously, of maladministration, malfeasance, and corruption in the department, most definitely we need an urgent recovery plan in as far as the department is concerned. But I know that for you, acting DG, to have that recovery plan, you might need to do some diagnostic analysis, really, in able to have a thorough insight and understanding of these difficulties that are plaguing the department for it to be unable to perform, and why does this department continue being plagued by these things that I have mentioned. I may not be able to put time frames, Chair, but I think it is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Mahato.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think in my explanation, I was on this issue to say, let's give the matter to the minister so that she can go on and make most of the things. Now, if you can hear from us, vice versa or what, I don't know. So I think let's give the minister a chance so that we can hear bargain the explanation. Maybe we can be more comfortable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mahato. I think I want to take value back before I get back to you, Honorable. Let me give the department first before I say what I need to say. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I do think that the CIO has a question to respond to, and DDG and maybe AG, even Mketsu. I think the last question actually talks to them. Yes, in that order, please. And yeah, take note of time.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Just on the issue of the two signatures, CEO is going to expand on that one. Okay. On the issue of the two signatures, the one signature is a stamp signature. Stamp you can put there and then just put it as a signature. That's what happened with the minister. But with the DG, it happened via a smart gov. Hence, we are in a position to argue that there's no way that someone, if you did not give your password away, will do it. When we went to the Public Service Commission, we even mentioned the gadget where that thing was approved. It was not on the laptop, but this was on the iPad. Then we tracked the iPad, we saw that the iPad belonged to the former DG. So that's what the CIO is trying to explain, that even if you approve on a phone, it will tell you that on that day, you approve on an iPhone. No, but our specialists, they gave that information to the Public Service Commission. And then on the minister's one, it was explained that calls were made that take that stamp and stamp the contract. And even if you look at the contract, you'll see that it was DG and junior staff. In such appointments, it should be corporate services that are witnesses, and it must be done in one room. Someone cannot do it in Cape Town and then another one does it in Durban. So that was the arrangement. So in the issue of who secured the services of the forensic investigators, it was my head of legal services, Advocate Mchochisa, and I approved, he managed the process and everything appointment. I only approved the payment as his supervisor. Then the issue around the collision between the two DGs, I won't know. But all I know is that there was a correspondence between the two DGs plus us on the ground. Hence we said, no, everything must be done in writing. So that one day, when it's needed, we can take it out and then use it.
And it's needed now. Is it not needed now?
No, we have it. Even the forensic investigators, they have the correspondence within. Yes. Then on the issue of evidence around Ms. Simmons and the emails, I guess the forensic investigators can share that information because they are the one. Then on the issue of money given to DG, I guess Advocate Mchucha can assist us because in terms of the new laws, there's a recovery process that must be followed, but we cannot withhold someone's. But Advocate Mchucha will guide us around that. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Minister.
Honorable Minister, did you say after him it's going to be the advocate? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair, once again. Yes, we are in the process of recovery. We have already engaged the services of the State Law Advisor just to ensure that we don't miss any step around it. Thank you.
And thank you, Advocate. Is the CIO also needing?
Thanks, Chair. But I think in the main, the DDG has already covered that point. That says, this is how the signatures happened. But maybe safe to also add that, from the governance perspective, me or I as the CIO, I'm not required to do that exercise. You would rather require an independent party to do that kind of assessment, just to take the bias out. Because as a CIO, I'd be, viewed to be saying, I'm protecting or I'm defending my systems. So it's better if it's done by somebody else who can then prove or disprove. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me also welcome the questions asked by members and comments made. Let me start by indicating, Chairperson, that we have accepted the report by Mketsu attorneys as a document we can base our actions on. So it is now a department's document. We've accepted that. We understand the shortcomings because they are part of the report. And maybe on the issue regarding DPSA, we will share information with my counterpart. He will decide on what he does with information, whether he decides to investigate or to discipline anybody. That will be the decision of the minister. But because there is mention of MPSA, we will share that information with him. As to what the portfolio committee can do also about the information, whether they share it with the other portfolio committee, that will really rest with the portfolio committee. I may not suggest on that one. Also, Chairperson, we have indeed received both now the Public Service Commission report and this report. So now we have a comprehensive picture of what may have transpired. And on the basis of that, we can now, as a department, sit and look at the two reports and draft an action plan. Action plan will be important because, for instance, the Public Service Commission's decisions are binding. They actually told us. And of course, there are recommendations in this report that will therefore require us, together with our legal team, to sit down and come up with an action plan on what must happen by when. Also, and I just want to make an example, both reports have some recommendations, for instance, on the electronic signatures. This is serious, Chair, looking into the amount of money that the department is handling, particularly the billions that we use to pay our elderly people. So it's important that we rest that case and all of us can be sure that nobody can forge anybody's signature. And that is what the PSC report is saying. It's actually suggesting investigation into the matter. But also the report by the Mketsu is actually looking into actually overhauling the system. We'll look at what is practically possible and then make recommendations. If maybe we feel that there's no need, we'll go back, for instance, to PSC and say on this one, the information is 1, 2, 3, 4, and therefore, do you still insist that we probably go for the investigation? But we definitely are going to sit down on those issues. Consequence management is definitely part of what we need to do. But as decisions get taken, even if you follow the process to the T, disciplinary process to the T, the other person has a right to challenge the decision. So we will do that knowing that people will have a right to challenge the decision. And when they do that, we will be forced to defend our decisions. And I just want maybe to combine that with maybe the question on somebody saying, I'm coming for a settlement, and you decide to oppose that. Probably it might look cheaper to go the settlement route than maybe to oppose it. But the expensive part of that is the precedents that you're setting for the future. Because if you do it with this one, it means you'll have to do that with everybody else. They come, they ask for settlements, even if they are wrong, and then you say it's cheaper, the settlement route, and then you'll continuously be paying people. So you set a precedence. Sometimes you choose the expensive route because you want to be sure of what you are saying. Nobody can abuse any decision when it has been taken, unless, of course, the court decide otherwise. So I just wanted to make that point. There was a question maybe to say, Minister, maybe let me thank first Honorable Murray for advising us to deal with the issue of political abuse of our elderly people, and that the department should consider issuing a statement. We're taking this very seriously because we wish that all of us, even with elections coming, but we don't abuse our people. We don't. And we don't promise them things that we know for sure they will not be possible. Particularly because the 2,400 indeed may not be enough, but that's what South Africa can afford for now. And to therefore say, I'm going to give you 4,000 rand, when you know for sure that you don't have the 4,000 rand, won't help. And you call them to one area and you make them have hope, when you know for sure that after elections you are not going to deliver on that. I think I would take this very seriously, ma'am, and we're definitely going to look into it as a department. I want to agree with the ADG on the issue of putting governance structures. Right now, for instance, the position of the DG is vacant, hence we have acting DG. Already it's been advertised, and DDG Community Services also it's been advertised. We want to appoint those so that we don't have people who are acting for over a long time. You'll also understand that after 6 months, you'll have to decide on whether you reappoint the person, etc., etc. And therefore, that does not create stability at that level, and we definitely want to deal with that issue. I was looking at how I divide my work. I think that was the question. The possibility of today's social development, today's women, youth, and persons with disabilities, with that day deciding on where you think you need to pay your attention. For now, one was being briefed by the department on the work of the department. I think Friday I will receive a briefing from our agencies on their work. A day is definitely not enough for you to know what SASSA is doing. So the orientation is part of your work, including attending portfolio committee meetings. Having been a member and a backbencher for quite a longer time, I do take the work of portfolio committee seriously. Where I'm not able to attend, it will be because really the situation is such that I can't attend. Possibly you're not even in the country, I'm making an example, or you have an item to present to cabinet or cabinet committee, and that therefore makes you forced to attend. But otherwise, I do attend portfolio committee meetings, even for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. I'm not attending today because I thought this is important for me to attend on these matters that have legal implications, and probably to hear from members as they ask questions. One also will be interested to ensure that we do have governance structures. I'm making an example, the MINEXCO, which is Minister Executive Meeting, very strategic, where decisions get taken, where things get presented with recommendations. When you leave, you know what must happen and each branch must do. The issue of meeting with different branches for me will be important as well, and meeting the staff of DSD so that they don't hear that there's an acting minister. They don't even know the acting minister, or they see the acting minister. Therefore, for me, that will also be important that we do. The DTG indicated that we already have the transformation document. One of the areas that are in that document is the branding of the department. And for me, at some stage, when I was at transport, we have a SANRAL being made equivalent to e-tolls. So you say SANRAL, people were thinking about e-tolls. So the good work that SANRAL was and continues to do for South Africa get, muddied by the e-tolls. We took an honest decision that we have to brand SANRAL. Nobody talks about SANRAL and e-tolls today. SANRAL is SANRAL, an entity that is doing good work for South Africa, building our national roads, the N3s, etc., of this world. I think that experience will also help us in ensuring that we brand the department such that people do not, when you say social development, they think about a department that cannot. And we'll do that working with honorable members, working with the department, our stakeholders, and everybody. So everyone is going to contribute towards that and work towards that. And of course, find ways of motivating the staff, working also with the management. Definitely, where there must be consequence management, will not hesitate to do that. It's part of what we should do. It's part of management anyway. It's part of management. And we do that knowing, as I close, Chairperson, issues of management, consequence management and discipline, they do require following a process to the T. because I know of people who courts instructed departments to reappoint, not because they'd not committed gross misconduct, but because the process itself had some little bit of loopholes. So on the basis of technicality, in terms of the process itself, the court will order you to reappoint a person. I know of a person, even the Constitutional Court, the judgment was like, it went for the person, but already had been reappointed because of the technicalities in dealing with the disciplinary processes. So some of the things you would not want to preempt in a meeting to say we're going to discipline so and so, because immediately somebody will be listening and say, no, but you already wanted to fire, you decided to fire me before firing me. So you're working towards. You are never objective about it because already a decision had been taken by yourself in a meeting in parliament, etc., etc. So it's those things that you'll want to avoid so that when you end up taking a decision, it cannot be challenged on the basis of technicality. But of course, people will always have a right to go to court. And where they do, and we think we are right as a decision and we have a case to defend, we will defend. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Minister. I just wanted, before we come to the end of these deliberations, to thank Mketsu and Associates for this report. In more ways than one, this report mirrored in such an amazing way the report that we received from the PSC, to an extent where the recommendations were so similar. And it is at that point where I get scared, because if an organization's human resources system or people are labeled or are tagged as needing a lot of work, I'm so scared just hearing of what has happened by a few people. But I'm more scared about what I haven't heard, because there is an honorable member who said, how are we going to know if everybody was appointed outside of Gov what? Smart Gov by a parallel email? How are we going to know that? But I'm saying that in really expressing my gratitude, Mr. Mketsu, and your colleagues for this report. And we did, as the committee, thank the chairperson, the professor of the PSC for their report, because this committee, you would have known that the colleagues have not been quiet about this whole issue. They've been asking for all sorts of things because they want to get to the bottom of what is going on. And these two reports have given us some kind of a window to what is not looking good. And I'm very happy to hear that the Honourable Minister and the acting DG and the DDG and everybody in this room from the department are saying work is being done. We will have to attach, obviously, and unfortunately, some timelines to that, because it can't happen forever. And we, as we exercise our oversight, Parliament is expecting to hear from us what then has all this come to. And I'm saying Parliament because Parliament represents, it's the Parliament of the people of South Africa. It is the people of South Africa that will want to know. But for me, this was a very good step in a very right direction for these two reports to come to light, because then it gives us something to go with. the questions that were asked this morning and the answers that were, the responses that were given are just telling in ways that I can't explain. So thank you so much, Honorable Acting Minister and Acting DDG and DDG Brukwe. He said, DDG Brukwe one day said was walking past here in whatever meeting we were in, and we were so confused as the members because there were so many things that were up in the air. And then he said, actually, there's a tsunami coming. So I make a point of asking him each time there's a meeting, is the tsunami gone? Or he says, no, you ain't heard anything yet. So we are aware that there's work that needs to be done in this department. And I cannot agree more with you, Honorable Minister, that let us do it properly so that we are not found wanting later and then have to do things like reinstating people and so on and so forth, because we can't afford that. The taxpayer cannot afford that. But thank you so much for that. And so I just want to then say that this brings us to the end of the meeting as we know it, because then going forward we'll be dealing with internal business. And so, yeah, they were, the members themselves, I can't even speak for them. They did say that this is an interesting meeting. So you made the meeting interesting, and I could see that members are really animated by what they are hearing in a shocking way. So thank you so much for the work that you are doing. Continue to do the work in the department, and we appreciate it. We do. We are in contact with people in the department, officials in the department, when we hit problems on the ground, and they assist us. So thank you for that. And can I just declare this part of the meeting adjourned so that we can have 5 minutes comfort break, the honorable members, but please don't go anywhere because we have internal business that we need to do. And then yeah, thank you so much.
in that meeting, also SASSA, NDA, and DSD officials, Chair, and your support team, and Chair, and also Deputy Minister was also not present. He tendered his apology. And then, Chair, the agenda was adopted, and then the minutes, due to time constraints, the minutes were deferred to the next meeting. And Chair, also the committee also defer the first term committee program, and then there were remarks made by the minister, followed by the deliberation, followed, Chair, by the presentation, Chair, made by the by DSD. The ADG, acting ADG, made a high level overview, and then handed over to Chief Director Buthelezi and also the CFO Ungcobo to take the committee through to the actual presentation on programs as well as the financials by the CFO. Chair, the deliberations and responses were presented when you adopted the APP, I think on the 13th or 6th. Chair, also we've received a presentation from SASSA, which was led by the CEO, Matlo, and then he gave us the contextual background, and then also reported that SASSA administers approximately 19 million grants for older persons, people with disabilities, war veterans, and then children. And then 67% of these numbers were consumed in 4 regions, namely KZN with 4.2 beneficiaries, Gauteng with 3 million beneficiaries, Eastern Cape and Limpopo approximately 2.8, and then 2.7, 2.8 and then 2.7 beneficiaries respectively. Chair, also the presentation was forwarded to members if they want to get into in depth of what was presented. As well, the deliberations and responses, Chair, were presented in our meeting to adopt the APP committee report. The last presentation, Chair, we received from NDA, where the acting CEO, Ms. Ramahapo, provided the high level, and also the CFO, I think there was a new CFO from NDA, who also presented the financials, Chair. And then there were resolutions made for the committee to brief the Public Service Commission and a report, and also to respond to other questions that the members would ask. Members were encouraged to be patient and trust the process. Chair, there were also 4 reports that were requested, and I've made a follow-up with the department. The department ICT program report, and also social behavioral change program on HIV, teenage pregnancy prevention, and also NDA investigation on irregular and wasteful expenditure date back from 2014, and records on irregular expenditure to be provided to members and status of the investigation, and also the communication strategy. Also the NDA to provide records on irregular expenditure to committee. Some information was missing because records were kept manually. Chair, this is the records of proceedings of the 29th of April for this procedures committee to consider and adopt. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Lindwe, for that. Honourable members, let us adopt the report. Honourable Sharif.
Chair, I move to adopt the minutes as it is.
Thank you so much, Honourable Sharif. Let's see if you are seconded. This is unprecedented. Yeah.
You know that hand, there's something.
Please, I need an honourable member to also surprise me with seconding this minutes, the set of minutes. Please do it on record.
Chairperson, I'm seconding the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Marais. Now we'll go to the next and last.
Sorry, Chair. Member Marais was not on, yes, because of the storm. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, I'm looking of the 9th. Sorry. Yes, sorry, ma'am. It's the 6th that we're not there.
Can I just tell you, Honorable Maria, I don't know when I was where. So I take my hat off to you for knowing which meeting you were there and which one you were not there. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you so much. Let's go to the next set of the 6th of May,
Chair,
2026.
the 6th of May, Chair, it was also a physical meeting at M514 Max Building, and then the agenda for that day was to get a briefing from DSD on the forensic investigation on departmental appointments and report on investigation by PSC on the ministerial appointments, responses to media, reports on violation of Public Service Act, and on alleged irregular appointment of the Minister's food aid. Also, Chair, in the same meeting, we received a presentation from Public Service Commission on the investigation report on ministerial appointments. Chair, also there was an agenda to consider and adopt the first draft term committee program, which is April to June. Members that were present, Member Mahato, Member Ramaila, Member Sokanyile, Member Ntlong, Member Masango, Member Sharif, Reverend Kobaza, Member Mtweni, Member Peters, Member James, and then Member Murray and Member Teffen were not present, Chair. And then the minister was also present in that meeting with departmental officials. Also, there was the PSC led by Professor Fikeni, who is the chairperson of PSC, and other commissioners, Chair. And then your support team was also here. You've welcomed everyone in that meeting, and then reported that also the PSC was also invited to form part of that meeting. Chair, in your opening remarks, you provided a contextual background on the oversight the committee conducted in 2018 when the allegations of irregularities in the department and ministerial appointments were reported on various media platforms. And then apologies were from Member Mare and also Member Tafeni. Chair, the agenda was adopted and minutes. There were no minutes scheduled, and also the first term program was adopted, and then the mover was a member Sokanyile, and then the person who seconded the motion was Member Mahato. The minister gave in this meeting the minister presented the report, the presentation, and then on the matter of consequence management, the minister informed the committee that the report of the PAC contained provisional findings. The department received it on the 24th of March. The department requested an extension to submit the final report in order to give colleagues pointed out in the preliminary report an opportunity to deposit their presentation, and that the deadline for this, Chair, was the 14th of May. And then there was an issue about the tour vehicles. The minister reported that the matter was brought as a parliamentary question. The responses were given were factual. It was explained that the cars were meant for the ANC Women's League, and there was no need to declare. A detailed report in this regard was part of the answering affidavit, which was deposed to Parliament's Ethics Committee on 29 April. She requested that the process should be allowed to unfold, and then also, Chair, matters relating to ANC Women's League are political and will be dealt with at that level. That was the explanation given, Chair. With regard to the food aider, the minister informed that she was appointed by the department on the contract to render a service at the ministerial residence in Cape Town and supervised by the chief of staff. Payment of part of her salary to her daughter was not brought to her attention of the minister, and she was not aware of it. It was an arrangement between the food aider and her daughter. There was no formal contract for this payment. The funds were transferred privately rather than via departmental payroll deductions, Chair. And then also the food aider was requested to be released because of her spiritual calling, and she has been since released, Chair. And we proceeded also to go to the presentation from PSC, where Professor Fiken provided a high-level overview of the investigation report. Chair, I'll just peruse through. I'm not going to go into. The PSC had issued directives as part of the background. The Chairperson also mentioned that they have issued directives to the minister to take disciplinary actions against Ms. Bashiala from the senior HR manager for unduly motivating in the submission for approval of the acting DGs that Mr. Mabileja be appointed for the post of private and appointment secretary despite her not meeting the requirements of the post in terms of experience and qualification. Chair. There are a number of officials that have been mentioned that disciplinary action should be taken against them. Chair. Also, Ms. Simons, which is the former Chief of Staff, has been since dismissed from the Ministry of Social Development, and also Mr. Brooker, the Acting Deputy General Corporate Services, for appointing Ms. Mabileja to act as the Chief of Staff. However, since Mabichela was appointed to act in the post based on her work experience as private and appointment secretary, the PSC decided not to direct that disciplinary action be issued against Brooker because at the time Ms. Mabileja was appointed, the department was of the view that she was regularly appointed to the post of private and appointment secretary to the minister. Chair. The presentation, Chair, is attached and it was also forwarded to the members prior to the meeting. Chair, I'll just highlight what few of the deliberations. Chair, the committee raised concern that it had not received a report from PSC, even though it acknowledged it is a draft. This left the committee not fully prepared to engage in the presentation. The chairperson explained that the report could not be shared at the stage because it was still preliminary in nature. Similarly, the department was unable to circulate its presentation beforehand, as it based on the contents of the draft report. Chair, it's a long minute, Chair. Yeah. Page 6, I'll just read one deliberation. Page 6, the committee pointed out that DSD is entrusted to care for the most vulnerable people in society. It also expressed a serious concern about the reported allegations and damning findings. Chair, I'll move to page 7, and then the public service. The committee wanted to know whether the minister and deputy minister were aware of Ms. Mabileja did not meet the appointment requirements, and then there were responses, Chair, from page 7 given up to page 9, Chair. The resolution, I'll just read one or two. One of the resolution is that the committee will strictly monitor the implementation and consequence management and conclusion of the investigation. I think it's one of the meetings that we had today is also monitoring this investigation, Chair. Also, the department should recover money paid to Ms. Mabileja because it was state's money. The department should quantify the cost of the former minister's private secretary. Furthermore, Mr. Mabileja should be criminally charged for committing fraud and for falsifying her credentials, Chair. And also, Chair, the committee will allow the matter between Ms. Oliphant and Ms. Simons to be concluded in the arbitration process, Chair. The committee to commission the PSC to investigate the food aid employment contract, specifically regarding the alleged arrangement requiring the employee to contribute half of a salary towards household living expenses, as well as the authenticity of the circulated employment letter that has the minister's signature. Safe to say, Chair, members, the chairperson wrote to the PSC to commission an investigation. We've received that. They are busy with that process of attending to the committee's request for the investigation. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindiwe, for that summary of one of the minutes or meetings that the members can also probably call interesting. I need someone to, I need a member, an honorable member to adopt the minutes. Honorable Sharif.
It was a very interesting meeting, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes, and you missed out, Honorable Mare. So, therefore, I move to adopt these minutes.
I need to check the tea that people keep going out to drink. Okay, thank you, Honorable Sharif. Let's get the princess to speak. Honorable Mangato. let's get the princess of the committee to speak. Honorable Bishop.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngiyasekhonda. Thank you.
Bonga mina Nkosazana. So the minutes have been adopted and seconded, both the sets. And honorable members, I want to again, this one. Honorable Mare.
I just want to say something, Chairperson. I spoke to you about earlier about this thing now, and I want to explain what I'm saying. I am not saying that political parties are saying they're going to give the people more. There is a forum that has been formed, no? Where they go from province to province to speak to older persons. Like yesterday, there was a meeting of 3,000 old people coming together here in Western Cape. It is a guy that is on TikTok. He's a chef, no? But he's bringing the people together because the money that the people are getting is not enough. The same like that guy that came with the thing. We only found afterwards this guy is politically connected after we have accepted this thing as a portfolio because we all know the struggles of our old people. But this guy is on TikTok every day, Facebook every day, explaining to old people how they're going to assist. They even get money from overseas to bring people together. No? So I have a concern. If people are going to march to Parliament again, old people, or they're going to come again with that, petition, we are going to sleep with the exact same problem like the previous guy that came to us. But in the meantime, they are playing politics with these old people. It is a colored guy. It's a young colored guy. He's having a ponytail on top, yes. So I'm going to send it to your group. I'm going to send it to your group so you can see what is happening. So every day he's following up and he knows all the things that is happening in social development in SASSA. He knows the clause, he knows everything. And this is now hyping up old people, telling old people the money is not enough, this is not enough, we can't live like this, we can't live like that. But at the end of the day, it's going to become a problem for us. We know the shortcomings, but we also know the money that is there in the budget for us to spend. Not for us to spend, but for the department to spend. And I'm just having a concern. Yesterday we saw old lady passed away because she didn't get the SASSA money. People, we cannot play with old people's emotions. And that is a concern that I'm having. That is why I address it to the minister. So maybe the minister can come up and make a press statement and say something about it.
That is a young man who was saying, Minister, CEO Dolashe, he does not.
But the thing is, the old people doesn't yes, he's hyping up the old people, Chairperson. So I'm just concerned about that. The same like this guy that came to us. We thought it's a community-based thing. Just to find out, is politics involved? You see, so we cannot be abused like that. Mr. Isaacs, and then he say thank you to the portfolio, even though we belong to different political parties, but we agreed with him. After not knowing that it is politics involved.
No, he did say though, when he presented to us on, I remember it was on Zoom.
Yes.
He said that I'm the leader of the this political party. And I just said to myself, just keep quiet and listen here. But he did say, because when people don't get those monies, you will see more people falling prey and collapsing and whatever, because it's not fair. No, thank you so much for that. I think Faith was also here in the meeting. Our committee media person. I'll find out if she picked up what you were saying as well. Okay. Okay. No, thank you. Honorable Rev.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, while we were deliberating, and my understanding is that we have exhausted all the committees and everything now, and I propose that we go on ad hoc committee on this so that the committee can deliberate on real issues about the department, and we leave the ad hoc committee dealing with this thing, and we are able to move forward, you know. Because these things, each and every day, new thing keep on coming up, and I'm thinking for our time and making sure that we perform correctly the right oversight in terms of the delivering of the department. Could we please then have that ad hoc committee dealing with this issue of hiring and firing of the HR of the department, and so that we can call all of those who are gone, because some of these entities, they have limitations in terms of calling people outside and all of that, and we can deal with it once and for all. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Rev. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. Since joining this committee, I have been running in circles asking for a parliamentary inquiry into the Department of Social Development. So I'm happy there seems to be more of an appetite from my colleagues on this portfolio committee, which I'm really happy about, and I will support the call. It doesn't necessarily have to be an ad hoc committee, but a parliamentary inquiry into the Department of Social Development. I've written, I don't know what else to do, but I support it.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to think where that. Oh, sorry, Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I wanted just to check up from the honourable member to have an ad hoc committee having these investigations, so many investigations that we have done. But why don't we say that we want an investigation on the employment, because it centers around the human resource issues within the department. Then if we are saying that we are going to have an ad hoc committee, I'm looking at the ad hoc committee that we had that was looking at the police and whatnot. Then now we have done the investigation. The Public Service Commission has been here. This forensic has been done. But to say that, why don't we say an investigation to the Human Resource Department of Social Development instead of opening that?
Thank you, Honorable Sokanyile. I never not want to do an inquiry, but I'm thinking, since the Honorable Reverend was talking, I was thinking in my mind, what would be the terms of reference of that ad hoc committee? Because we've just had the second investigation being presented to us, and in that were recommendations. The PSC ones are binding. The Mketsu one, sorry? Mketsu's one are obviously not binding because they are not from a government institution or a government institution supporting democracy. And the department has direct recommendations to it, because by the time they were finished, the PSC the last time and the Mketsu today, you have no department because of just the mess that it is there. So The department responds by saying, governance is an issue, with examples and what they will do to do that. Where do we want to come in without overreaching? Where would we locate our I just want just a pointer to say this would be our terms of reference for that ad hoc committee, because it takes quite a lot to do an ad hoc committee. The Honorable Sharif is part of the impeachment committee. The work that goes in there, getting people to be part of it, getting chairing people, getting outside legal people, getting all sorts of things. I am saying we have a department out of which we've had 2 investigations that have revealed things that are scary. The department themselves are agreeing with us. There is a mess here, guys, and this is what we are going to do. We have already prepared an action plan. We are going to focus solely on governance, and this is what we are going to produce. What then are we wanting exactly to do in terms of our ad hoc committee at a oversight level? Because that ad hoc committee will have to restrict it. We will have to restrict it on oversight only. We can't overreach into administration. And the people that are causing a mess are in the administration side of things. And they are having the recommendations from the two investigations. And they are undertaking to us in Parliament, on record, to Hansard, that this is what we are going to do. We have no choice about the PSC investigation recommendations. They are binding to us. We are going to do what they say we must do. The DDG, Brooker says, we actually have extended the scope of these things by having an action plan that we are about to submit to the minister so that we can start working on this, because we have a mess in the department. So I want us now, from our side, to say, here is the terms of reference that an oversight body of government wants to cover as far as the thing is concerned. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure whether we are procedurally correct to be engaged in the discussion that is happening now. But if it flows from the minutes, it's something we really can look at. But I had made the recommendation to the department, and that relates to the issue of your terms of reference. What would inform that? And I had suggested that they do a fully proper diagnostic analysis. And it's only after doing that that they'll be able to identify the gaps. And they should be able to come back to us with a rescue plan. And the rescue plan will be a mechanism that I feel that we can use on our oversight role. And I had thought if that happens, and the gaps that have been identified when the legal team was presenting here could be picked up and should be plugged by the diagnostic analysis and the recovery plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Rev.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I see. I think you remember when we started with the PSC. It was sanctioned by the department itself, and we did wanted to add the scope in that, and we did not. And we've got the report, and the PSC challenge is that it cannot go over to the minister. and actually investigate the minister herself. So that's why I'm saying that there is a lot around the department, and the investigations that are going on, they are limited to the scope, and they cannot do that, they cannot do that, they cannot do that. So I'm saying that there must be inquiry that will be able to go to and investigate the minister, investigate because now at the end of the day here, even ourselves as we are performing oversight, we should not take sides on anyone in here. Um, as they are alluding to say the former DG, he didn't write the thing himself also, but here in this thing it's implicating him mostly, while there is a minister also that is supposed to be implicated here, and moreover, it's the window, as you were saying. There is much more that is happening in this department, and as I was saying, that you move on to people that have been appointed, and now we don't know why it was done, because now there is a reason this thing was done like this. To appoint him, maybe there are more corruption that was going to take place. There is a number of things. So we cannot just talk about this 5 year or 1 year, and then now we are saying we are done. Now everything has been years. So that's the thing that is around. Why was this thing done like this? What was the motive around all of this to happen? And can we find out now what is happening really in the department? And because of all of this investigation, we have not done anything. The department is the only one that has sanctioned these investigations, not us. So we are relying on the departments, while the department is the one that is doing the wrong thing, but we are relying on their sanctioned reports. So what are we doing? Thank you, Chair.
Although I agree totally with you. I just don't want us to go head first without a properly thought out terms of reference. I also want to add that the Public Service Commission's investigation was not a department's investigation. It was an own accord investigation. They did it on their own accord. So Parliament can because obviously PSC is an institution supporting democracy. So that is a report you can and you can trust. I agree with you when you say there are things that even the PSC report was limited to do, where they said go to the public protector if you want to take on the former minister. And even Mketsu was not able to get hold of the minister. And that's another public protector situation where you say, here are the facts we are, or facts or allegations or whatever we are confronted with. Can you come and tell us? But the Parliament can call the minister. The Parliament can call anyone, for that matter, to come to it, and the former minister. So my biggest concern, not concern, but my biggest hesitation is going all sorts of directions about the same thing. But I will never, ever stand in the way of this portfolio committee when it says to me, here is a draft terms of reference, go wherever you need to go to get us this ad hoc committee. I am totally against an ad hoc committee for ad hoc committee's sake. It has to have a clear direction of what it wants to achieve. because I've seen ad hoc committees and I've seen ad hoc committees in this very parliament. So I would hate for us to be doing an ad hoc committee because that's the nice thing to do. It's all I'm saying. And I don't have even the powers to stop the committee when it wants an ad hoc committee. I'm really a coordinator here. So let's have it. So yeah, if we say we want to write to the speaker and say, hey, we have a problem here. We have a problem child department, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And we have tried 1, 2, 3, and 5. And the only thing we are left with now to unearth everything that we need to unearth is an ad hoc committee. Let's do that.
Thank you, Chair. I was initially going to agree with Honorable Ramaile on to say he has suggested that they do the diagnostic. Then my recommendation would have been let us set the scope or the terms of reference for the diagnostic. But now I also agree with the Reverend as to we can't continuously let the department investigate themselves. So I think then we just need to be very clear, as Chair is saying, what would be the terms of reference for such a ad hoc committee that we want to implement. Thank you, Chair.
Lindwe would like to shed some light.
Yes.
Procedural light.
Yes. Chair, while we are pondering on what exactly I'm afraid to say the ad hoc committee because it's done through the House resolution. It must be done through the House, and then there will be members that will be appointed to serve in that ad hoc. It doesn't automatically, if there's an ad hoc committee, all of the members will serve in that committee. And also, Chair, what I would suggest, whilst we're trying to figure out what exactly, because there are processes that have been unfolding before us, and I take pride that this committee has really exercised a vigorous oversight to keep the executive accountable. We heard today's presentation and the robust discussion from members to ensure that things must be done the right way. People must be accountable for utilizing the state's money. And the deliverables that have been presented to us by the department to say that they acknowledge that the department is in a total mess. And then there will be diagnostic, there will be some governance issues, there will be verification, etc. There are action plans they need to take. What I would advise the committee to do whilst they are thinking around the issue of ad hoc or inquiry, it's a matter of ensuring in our committee program we provide timelines, because they spoke about the diagnostic. There was a core recommendation for a diagnostic a report. They also to look at governance issues. So we just need to communicate with them to say they need to come and present an action plan to ensure that they attend to all these findings from the PSC and also from the forensic report. So that we know that within 3 months they need to do 1, 2, and 3, and then we can keep them accountable going forward. So if we can just ensure that there is an action plan presented to us, and then if we want to add any other areas that we think were part of the reports that were presented to us, we can also make that input, and then we monitor the implementation of that plan as part of our oversight to ensure that we get to the finality of this process, not to leave it hanging. So by having the strict timelines and action plans, I think we'll achieve some outcomes in terms of our role as a legislative arm of government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindiwe, for that. I think it's very focused and systematic. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy that we're having this conversation, but I must be transparent with the committee. I do feel a little bit emotional about it because I had raised this multiple times. I have written, I have asked to put it on the agenda, I have asked to put it on the program, I have, written to Frolic. I've went through all avenues, and I don't know, is it because I used the word parliamentary inquiry and not ad hoc committee that I was shut down. But it seems that because the Reverend brings it up, it's something we can look at, and it's, I don't know, maybe I'm trying to understand what's the difference between me bringing it up and the Reverend bringing it up when it's the same thing. So I just wanted to put that to the committee and just to be transparent about it, because whenever I brought it up, I was shut down, Reverend, every single time. Every single time I was shut down. And so I'm going to support you in this, because whether it's me, whether it's you, whether it's Honorable Marais, whoever it is, it's the right thing to do. And if we both put our heads together, I mean, you were even asked to do draft terms of reference. I wasn't even allowed to put it on the agenda. So I'm keen to assist where I can. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Yes, Honorable Reverend.
Maybe, Chair, I did not respond into the terms of reference. We can do them, and maybe we can sit the next meeting and we have a look at the terms of reference on what we then we can take a decision on that. If ever the committee, we do not have the 50+1 to take a decision.
That's fine. Colleagues, I'm sitting here hearing that I have shut down stuff, because I think that's who Honorable Sheriff is talking about, shutting her down. I can show you references, letters that this committee office wrote back to Honorable Sharif explaining where the situations were, that we were having investigations, that the ethics committee was working on this, doing this work, that this and this is happening, and we're sitting here at a time when both reports have come up. I don't know if the ethics committee has finished its work. I have never asked or shut down, because that's a very harsh word to say, shut down. I don't shut people down for any reason. I responded with a letter that had even legal advice from Advocate Jenkins about the processes that are ongoing as far as the work or the lack of work of the department is concerned. I do not shut people down. I can't shut anyone down. The law, the rules of parliament does not allow me to shut anyone down. I gave reasons why. Because we have procedural advice in this office. We have processes that we follow. We go and seek I sought legal advice precisely, predominantly, for the request that was made by the Honorable Sharif. I did not shut her down. I don't want this meeting or this committee to go away thinking that I have shut a member of parliament down. I don't do that. I can't do it. I'm not allowed to. Honorable members, we are now at a time where we are 2 investigations later. We have a ethics committee that is going on, and after those investigations have been done, there are recommendations that are binding to the department. We were also advised that only the public protector can deal with the minister because the PSC does not have that jurisdiction. So I really don't know. Maybe we need another chairperson. Because if I go as far as shutting members down, what is my job here? Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let's come to your rescue. Because if now something that we're going to discuss, it will point at you. Because I thought when you said, let's have the terms of reference for other investigations that must happen. Because meanwhile, we're having investigation that is being done in the committee that we're getting a report. We are still waiting for the ethics report that also will reflect about issues that some of us have raised as the committee. Let me not say, because we shouldn't take anything that is being discussed and individualize it. It will create tensions within the committee. Now let us close it here when you say, because the issue of an ad hoc committee, it's not for us. An ad hoc committee depends on the speaker, not yourself. But we have reports of the investigation that the portfolio committee that are coming, even though they were not instigated by us. Now, I want to plead with you and say, I know it's not correct when maybe you'll be seen as a person who's closing some doors. But here, we have conduct advisors within the committee. We have legal people that will advise us. Now, I think, Chair, let us stop it. We get the terms of reference, then we'll deal with the issues when those terms of reference come here. And then consultations will be done. So that, because if we're discussing it now, because it broadened the scope as if the item was itemized, because I think it's from the minutes what we're discussing, even though not explicitly saying that it was there, because we should have said that maybe in the next meeting we need to discuss the issue of having an ad hoc committee, then we discuss it broadly, because it was the matters arising, I'm sure, in the minutes, because even myself, I said, in which angle does this come from? Then I said, maybe it was from the matters arising within the minutes. Thank you. I think, Chair, let us rest it, because we have already advised and we have agreed to the terms of reference, not forgetting the investigations that are being done within here in the committee that we have received. Thank you.
Honorable Sharif.
Chair, let me start by apologizing to you, Chair. When I said I was shut down, I didn't mean that you were shutting me down. And perhaps I should have been more clear about what I'm talking about. So please accept my apologies. What I meant, Chair, is the first time I joined this meeting, I was shut down by a fellow member of this portfolio committee when I tried to put something on the agenda. When I then tried to put it on the agenda again, I was shut down again by a member of this portfolio committee. I was shut down by Honorable Frolic, when I raised this with the House Chair. And correct, you did respond to me. So when I say shut down, I didn't mean specifically by you, Chairperson, but there were members of this portfolio committee and that person is no longer part of our portfolio committee, but he still played a part in shutting me down and really making me feel like I'm a child. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, Honorable, thanks, Honorable Sharif. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you, Chair. In actual fact, we're discussing what is outside our purview, the issue of an ad hoc committee. Members of political parties who envision having such would know the rules of the National Assembly, the procedural rules of the National Assembly, in terms of raising a motion that has to do with the establishment of an ad hoc committee. As a portfolio committee, it is not within our purview. We need to really agree on some of the procedural matters so that we don't waste our time here on things that we are outside our oversight role. I think that for me, that's very important. What Chair I may suggest the Secretary and the Content Advisor may have to do is to consolidate everything that has been happening in the department. If there's outstanding reports in as far as the directions that we have given to the department as a portfolio committee, let all those be consolidated, everything. Let there be a consolidated report to be considered by this committee. And out of that, and I still insist, if we think there are gaps, let's find a proper mechanism that is within the powers of a portfolio committee to can see how we can maybe ameliorate the situation that we think we are confronted with, and the mechanisms that we are applying now are insufficient. Until I come to a point where we decide as a committee that the frameworks that we are currently using are insufficient. So I can't provide an impulsive answer to an impulsive question, which is not substantial. So let us be given an opportunity to discuss substantial matters, and responding to impulsive, fashionable things might lead this committee. Thank you. That might mislead this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. I just want to go back. I completely appreciate that whilst this matter is that we are discussing now is coming out of a mention, I believe, or what was read in the last minutes that we received. But I just want to take the honourable members, if you don't mind, two sections of the letter that came, or the advice that came from the advocate Jenkins. And the members do have copies of this letter, right? Of this legal advice. The section 4.1 reads as follows. Section 195 of the Constitution sets out the basic principles governing public administration and requires the efficient, economical, and effective use of resources that they are promoted. The program of the committee to maintain oversight of the minister and the department must take cognizance of this obligation to ensure that resources are used accordingly. Then 42 says, it follows that where the PSC has specific resources allocated to investigate and report to the Assembly, the National Assembly that is, or a committee, the committee should consider using those resources instead of seeking additional resources to duplicate the same task through another organ of state, including the committee. I'm reading this out because I want for us to have and to be clear on the fact that the work that we are doing, we do not ourselves have to do it. Oversight should not come to us. Hence, you see people coming in and out with investigations and presenting things. Because if we go and say we want an ad hoc committee, or a parliamentary inquiry for that matter, that, as Lindiwe has said, it would have to be what do they call it? A House resolution. And the House resolution will not have all of us come here, because it will be a parliamentary thing. We will have some members that come from here and some members come from elsewhere and so on and so forth to put together a parliamentary inquiry, because it will not be a portfolio committee of social development inquiry. It will be a parliamentary inquiry. So in any way, we will not all be present there. Not all of us will form part of that inquiry. And maybe then we are not represented as we would like to. But we are guided by the Constitution to say, use the resources sparingly. Because we are affected by this. We are aggrieved by the way that the department is working. So we might then anyway have other people do this on our behalf, because we have some people to have to question, to answer our questions that we've had all along. But I also wanted to say, honourable members, since 2018, since 2018, we've had, this portfolio committee has had issues with the way the department is doing its work. And we have set a model, an oversight model, which I think I went through the other day on the 9th of May when we were having a meeting, to say, please let us not be hasty, but let us make sure that we don't stop to use whatever resources there are in the government of South Africa, and uses the institutions that protect, that support democracy, to get to the issues that we want, because there are issues to get to, but we may not be the ones to do that. So I would like to support the issue that says the content advisor and the secretary help us to come up with every single issue that we believe has not been attended to, so that maybe if we get to a place where we need an ad hoc committee or a parliamentary inquiry, we are taking it, we get out of that report the issues that we want to form the terms of reference. But I want for us to know that we do not need but I'm not the one to make that decision. I am the one to support whatever it is that this committee says, let's go and do it. But I cannot not say what I see and what I have observed, or what experience I've had in dealing with the issue. The issue of the Department of Social Development is big, is huge, but let us allow all these things that have been outlined to us. And let's just make sure that our oversight is as laser focused as possible, that we don't allow the department to breathe as we say, how far are you this? How far? Because that's our job, to do oversight. It's not our job to implement stuff. Our job is to oversight stuff that is being implemented. And so let us do that. And I really would like to put forward that with a parliamentary inquiry ad hoc committee in mind, to say, let us start with the issue of getting the gaps. Did you get that? The gaps. Let us use also the report of PSC by taking the issue to the public protector. Let us refer where we must refer, because that is our oversight. Let's refer. Things that could not be done by PSC, let's refer them as advised and as recommended. Things that could not be done by Mketsu and Associates, and they say we couldn't get hold of this, let us refer those things. That's us doing oversight. That is us. We are not just taking the presentation and going home and say, oh, now we've done our job. We are saying we want to get to the bottom of it. While they are doing what they are going on with their action plan, we are doing other things as well. We are referring things to the institutions that support democracy, because we want the facts. That's all we want. We want to get to the bottom of things. That would be my recommendation, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Murray.
Thank you, Chairperson. I agree that we take the process the way you have just said it now.
Thank you.
Chair, on a lighter note, Honorable Sharif, I'm not sure whether it's still the youth leader, but she's got that language, and sometimes I've realized she can unwittingly offend somebody. But that's the kind of language I think that she's just using. We should not be that hard on her sometimes. We should accept she's one of us. Thank you.
Chairperson,
Agreed as well.
Can I just come in here? This morning, me and the member Sharif came with the same attitude. She told me, you know what, Member Marie, I said to myself today, I am not fighting, I'll be coming in peace. I said, you know, when I got up this morning, I said the same thing. I am not going to fight today, I'm coming in peace. So the two of us were on the same level. We were very calm, collective, you know. We did not wanted to fight or nothing. But sometimes things happen at the spur of the moment, Chairperson, so that's it.
I want, before you respond, I want someone who is going to second what Honorable Murray said about getting the what I've just said. It's too long. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, we are very concerned because the decision, as we are here today, we agreed when the attorney came and explained to us what routes should we take, the PSC and everything, and if ever the PSC has started the work and everything, because at that point in time we did propose the ad hoc at that point in time, and it was shut down. And but the secretary did give us the reasons that we should go this route that we are on this now, and I think that we have done that. We have waited, and we can see now that not enough information is coming through as much as we want. So I'm saying that there will be money that is being spent in all other investigations that have been done. But I wanted us to close this thing with the ECOR committee because I wanted us to, the committee, to focus on the real oversight. And it mustn't take long, as you see, this thing has taken the whole year. And we don't know really why this thing was done like this. And we don't know what people were doing at that point in time and all of that. So I'm saying that the terms of reference and everything that you want to do now, until maybe we come close to us and then you say, okay, we do your position as maybe the MK, because this is our position that we should go in that route. And if that route, because we're going to get there anyway, smaller things will keep on coming up until we get there. And it will take longer and longer. There are people that have been taken out of work. There are people that their money will be held, their pension money will be held. because of these things. And this thing needs to be finished so that we can carry on with our work. Thank you.
So you're not supporting the getting of the report from content advisor in Lindiwe?
Yes, as I said, Chairperson, let them get
Okay.
the everything, and
I'm happy now.
we are waiting for the ad hoc, because
Okay.
we know that we're going to get there anyway.
Okay. Okay.
Chair, on a lighter note, I am a second-term MP. I've also served for 12 years as a public representative. So I may look young, but I've got many, many years of experience, honorable member. Thank you, Chair. It's not cool to be infantilized, Chair. Thank you.
But this is on a lighter note, right? Oh, okay. Okay. So, thank you, honorable members, for both the serious and the light notes and the discussions that have ensued, and the fact that we have finalized where we are going from now on. It was agreed and seconded. So now I would like to declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you so much.